Live. So, what's up, everybody? Let's see. I'm going to start moving more fish tanks tomorrow to finish moving my fish tanks and get the 150 in. I went up today to get some flagstone. Okay, really weird. I have a fuel leak, and in the 2006 Dodge Caravan, the fuel leak 99% of the time comes from the fuel pump housing, so you have to drop the tank. And my neighbor, for some reason, doesn't want to drop the tank when it's like mostly full of gas. So I decided I'd go up and collect some flagstone, make using gas useful. And the gate was closed and locked. I was quite disappointed. I had visions of caves dancing through my head. So I'm going to call the National Forest tomorrow and find out why it was closed and when they're opening it back up. I was really disappointed, though, because I'm all ready to do fish tanks, and, the cichlids need their caves. I need more. Well, it's 150 gallons, so was going to get a couple of longer pieces of flagstone to make, like, longer caves to go with my giant cholla. Hey, Scott. So, Scott, did the pressure washer work? I have a piece to clean out, but I have to go to like a car wash. And I got lots of quarters. I'll spend them if it works. Because I'm getting ready to move tanks around. And I have this nice piece of cholla I want to put in the 150 gallon. Because I am bound and determined. I am going to get it set up before I start my new hobby. Which is okay. Well, I'll go try the car wash. I have nothing to lose other than pissing off a lowrider who wants to wash their car. And I'll be washing a cactus skeleton. But yeah, I was telling Craig that I have a fuel leak. And so, the neighbor doesn't want to drop the tank when it's full of gas. So I went to get flagstone, and my flagstone place, which is on National Forest, the gate was closed and locked. So I have to call them tomorrow and find out why and when they're going to reopen the area. I mean, there's no fire danger or anything right now that should keep that area closed. I was having visions of nice, 2-foot long, maybe 8-inch wide pieces of flagstone, which are all over because the flagstone guys, when they go buy, get flagstone, they want huge pieces. So the little pieces are already, broken and laying around. And let's see what else. Oh, today I went and I got containers to make my humidity hides for my pythons. And looking for cool rat houses. We went to the dollar store. And it's summer. And what do they have in summer? Kind of hard to see because of the light. Sandcastle molds. So I just cut a hole in the sandcastle mold. And I drilled a couple holes in it to wire it to the cage. So they will now have sandcastle houses. Dollar store is great. There was like a lot of things I could have used, but and let's see. I'm looking for cool enrichment items for my ball pythons. And just not paying attention. Obviously,
Yep.
So
go to a quarry.
Go to what?
A quarry. Why be the fourth person that buys the flagstone? Be the first person.
Oh no, I don't have to buy it. It's free.
Oh, okay.
You can get like 15 pounds for free. And if the Rangers asked me, it's like, come on, guys, look at me. I can't lift more than 15 pounds. That's why I put it in a bucket. So, yeah, because, the guys go up there and get it, but all the little pieces they don't want. And they're perfect for fish tanks. So it's really nice. I don't have to break them, chop them, cut them.
Yeah, well, my ma used to when my mom was making the pond, she would go to the quarry and ask them where the leftovers are, and they always have a pile of leftovers of small pieces for fish tanks. That's where most of the pieces in the Mangano tank came from.
Ah, cool.
They went there because they were looking specifically for a large, like 4x8 piece to be the bottom part of the waterfall. The last before it goes into the pool.
Yeah. Well, I saw a couple of really nice pieces of flagstone with crystal inclusion, but they're bigger than I am, so
Hammer.
Or heavier than I am.
That's why you bring a hammer.
Get down. Oh, I've tried that. There's one that has an inclusion that's about 2.5 inches thick. And I've hit it with just about everything. I even brought a chisel and hammer once, and I could not even break it.
How are you trying to break it?
Along the fault line.
You got to put it on top of something.
Oh, no, it's like a 4x4.
Have you ever seen them cut glass and then break it? They cut the glass and then bring it to the edge and then hit it down with their fist on the table.
Yeah,
it's something like that.
It's like 4x4.
Oh, I get that.
And the inclusion is like running down one side. So I was actually thinking the one thing I haven't tried yet is a thin screwdriver to try and wedge that in between the sandstone or the flagstone and the inclusion, which might do it.
It gets cold there. What you do is you go outside.
Hot water.
No. Right before it's gonna, like the night before it's gonna freeze, you soak it and let the water get into that crack. And when it freezes, it'll expand it some, and it'll be easier to crack.
Well, that's a good idea. Yeah, I could take a 12-mile trip for that.
Scott.
I have actually moved a couple tanks around. So I'm getting more prepared. Um, the Yeah, I posted it, but I don't think anybody watched it. The rat cage that I got, it was like $140 rat cage, and I got it for $15, and
Nice.
it's like virtually brand new. It's missing one of its ramps, but that doesn't matter, and it fits. The pan drops perfectly into a 40 breeder.
Hmm.
So underneath this cage, they have the 40 breeder. Not that they're using it, but they seem to like the high places, probably to keep
Yeah.
away from the stupid dog.
It's a hardwired thing, predator thing.
No, none of my other
I would
dogs
assume.
care about the rats, but she moved the tank 4 inches one direction and 2 inches the other direction.
That's when you bring the dog over, you point to it, and you yell at it, no.
I did. Believe me, I did. She's slinking around the cage now and not jumping on it. But she just watches them, and it slid because she put her paws up on the stand.
When are you going to get some Lincoln Log, make a Lincoln Log house for him?
Well, I'm actually, one of these days when I pass by the apple farm, they have this huge pile of the apple trimming, apple tree trimming.
Okay. Twigs
So
and stuff? Yeah, that'll work.
I want to go get a bunch because they've been sitting there for a year, so they're nice and dry. I could actually get some for the fish tank, but that way, they can chew on it safely. See, you weren't up yet.
Well, barring pesticides.
Oh no, I know this guy. He doesn't use pesticides.
Okay.
Um, I bought Dollar Tree sandcastles
Here you
to
go.
make $1.25 tree sandcastles to make the rats some houses. And I have like boxes of weird stuff everywhere because I'm taking stuff off of the tops of the aquariums, and because I have fish food on top of one of the snake bins. And I'm gonna try and consolidate things, and I actually threw out an HOB filter that didn't
Good for
work.
you. Good for you. Throw them all out. They suck.
So I'm working on that kind of stuff. And I'm sorry, there's only a certain amount of really hard, okay, there's no amount of really hard airline tubing I'm going to keep. I mean, that is just, it's too hard to use. It's old.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to throw out that kind of stuff. Well, if it's not useful, I'm not going to keep it.
I bought a whole 500 feet of airline tubing for $20 at that CLL. And it's that silicone stuff. It's not the plastic like it used to be.
Yeah.
From back in the day.
I've decided all that hard plastic is going. Used air stones, they're so cheap, I'm just not going to keep them. I'll keep things like I have 1.5 million check valves, and I may just get together a giveaway package with kind of useful stuff like that, because I always need more air stones and check valves, but I quit.
You don't need check valves at all.
Well, I don't use them. I mean,
I've never used them. All you got to do is have your feed you bring the airline up above the tank and hook it,
go down.
Put a hook on the wall and just hook it and then come back down to the tank and you're set. Your tank will never ever siphon through the tube.
Yeah, well, been making or drawing out plans to put in the big pump I have, and run airlines.
Mm-hmm.
Probably everywhere except into the living room, because there'll only be one tank in there, and I'll probably need 25 feet of line to get to it.
No, it's cheap line.
Yeah,
You get the
the
stuff
big,
like I have, the
yeah,
clear tubing with the braids in it. You don't use like PVC because then you could reroute it and stuff like that easier.
yeah. Oh, I was looking at stuff, and it was like, there. My Lowe's is now used to me wanting things for weird uses, and Leo has a buddy, and she loves helping me. She says, because it's always so interesting what you're going to use stuff for.
Yep.
And I said, I just don't want to sit there and spend a million hours, cutting PVC pipe and drilling holes at all the right angle, for all the fittings.
And you can buy it for cheaper. You can buy a
Exactly.
finished one for cheaper.
So,
I think I paid. What did I pay? $15 for the manifold upstairs. It's
oh,
like
nice.
8 inches long and has what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 outputs.
Yeah, two of those, I'd be pretty much set.
Yeah, you get them from Gemco. Gemco makes them. Man, I can't wait until midnight. Actually, more like 2 o'clock in the morning.
What's happening at 2 in the morning?
First episode, Strange New World.
Ah, yeah, I just looked over and I noticed that it looks like half of my LED light is not on, which is sort of a weird.
I buy lights from CLL. I bought all my heaters are from CLL, and I've never had a problem with any of my heaters. $13 for a 500 watt. Shit like that. Pricing like that. They're great pricing.
Well, if you never had a problem with them, that idea I like. I went out and I got the Higer heaters, and they're both broken.
Yep.
Um,
You spend 30, 40, $50, and it's the same thing as a $20 one.
yeah.
They're honestly, there's only like 1 or 2 companies that make actual aquarium heaters. Everyone just puts their names on them.
I'm supposed to be on Fish Fam Link. Just ask Matt, Liquid Zoo. I already had this discussion with him that I wasn't on Fish Fam Link, and he said, yes, I am. He.
Yeah, you're not. Holy cow.
Yeah, he won't put my live up, even though he used to come in here all the time. I just guess somebody else who's streaming is more important. No, I don't care.
Well, I'm going to start dissing that website then. Fish Fam Link's website is a complete joke.
Well, it's not like I haven't been streaming. Okay, I missed one Monday, but I was really.
They have me up. How many times in the past 3 months have I streamed?
Well, not
Once?
to mention the fact you don't stream at the same time.
Yeah, and I piss everybody off, and I'm still up on Fish Fam Link.
I'm not quite sure. Oh, maybe he took me off. He must be mad at me or something. I haven't talked to him for probably a month. I don't think I have any Aquanate heaters.
Oh, you changed your name. I wonder if that messed it up.
Oh, maybe. Oh, well. I'm not broken. I have a okay, once upon a time in a land in a galaxy far, far away, like 45 miles away. Let's see, was that the first
Oh, no,
time?
you didn't. You just changed your on-screen name, but you didn't change your YouTube name.
No.
Well, we're going to get to the bottom of this shit.
I used to do advocacy for guys who are in jail. Um, the first guy I worked with didn't speak any English, and he spoke a Spanish dialect that was I didn't know half the words he was saying. Luckily, his girlfriend spoke good enough English to understand. He'd been in prison for 20 years, got out. They said all the paperwork was okay, and he got pulled over for no license plate light. Pulled him up. They decided he was still supposed to be in jail because nobody had removed it. And he'd been sitting there for 6 months trying to get an interpreter to help him get out. So that was like, besides my late husband, that was like my first case for advocacy. So I did that for like 18 months. I got the DOJ to come and investigate the jail. The warden fired, 4 public defenders fired. I almost got in lots of trouble for sneaking reporters into the jail. It was fun. And then when I lived in Texas, I had a nonprofit mental health support and advocacy group. And my late husband and I were able to prove to the state of Texas that your average mentally ill person cannot run a mental health support and advocacy group. It was like a stupid, lame experiment. And it's like, well, you're running your group just fine. And I said, yeah, that's because we're all like super high functioning, and most of us have ADHD. So we're ultra high functioning. But I think I'm going to go back into the world of advocacy or something because of all the crap that's happened in Albuquerque in the last couple of days. I'm just like fed up with it. So I asked Ghostwriter what were the first most important things that I needed to learn and find out, besides calming my local cop watcher down a little, because he tends to get a little bit crazy. Makes me nervous. And so I think I'm going to start doing some, well, it's not really cop watching, but and I think Ghostwriter, well, more like what Delete Laws does, except I'm not going to go protest and get arrested. I'll do my complaining via legal paperwork.
Okay, if you're not on there by tomorrow, I call BS. Because I just went through the stupid automated thing and added you.
Okay. Well, we'll see if he adds me.
God, that's like some Chinese made crap that's on. I didn't like. Just give an email.
I can't stand those automated forms.
It's stupid. Just give an email. Send information to this email, or have someone actually talk to you.
You know, I always get, and yes, I am a member of Facebook because it's a way to keep in contact with my kids and the local fish people. I always get so pissed off when I see the advertisements.
You do it too, Scott.
For like, for like Zippy Hoodie or whatever, that you get really cool t-shirts or really
Let me tell you, they ask you some crazy ass questions. Your email, your channel, your name. It's like, who the hell cares what the hell the name is?
Because
all that matters is the channel name.
Yeah. They just want to check and see if you're legit. Yeah, we could call one of the clicks the legit click.
Yeah, the retard click.
I don't know. I just, Okay, I'm not. Well, neither of us are good at being in cliques.
I
Uh,
run my own clique, dude.
hey,
No, I'm not. I'm not
Elliot,
bad at being in a clique at all.
if they ever
The
ask for
clique
your
has to
social
have intelligent
security
people in
number,
it, though.
yeah, if they ask for your social security number, don't give it to them. No, I actually on Facebook joined a thing, and okay, it's like $10 for a way cool T-shirt for shipping, but I can handle
I would
that.
just give my ex's social security number.
Now that's an idea.
I'm an asshole like that, though.
Well, I've done sort of similar things. Yeah, I always put angries on all the cheap stuff because it's all fake. And then you can look up, like, oh, yes, the domain was registered 10 days ago. I'm sure it's the real company. Not. So, how is everybody's fishes doing? I have a beta who's my mustard beta is, I believe, failing. I put in an
I
extra heater and he seems to be,
I
well,
tried to help someone today, but they were too stupid to realize I was trying to help them.
I always wonder if, because a lot of the times I have problems with the heaters getting condensation with them. So if you don't submerge the submersible heater all the way, or put high temp silicon seal around the top, maybe they won't get condensation in them. But that's too much trouble.
Probably. It was about a half hour ago or so, maybe an hour. Their answer was, I don't have enough time. I drink.
Oh,
Okay, fine.
that's no excuse. My boyfriend was married once for a few months, okay, a year until the judge says, fine, divorce. And after 3 months of being married, they were sitting around the table eating dinner, and she says, well, you're now going to quit drinking and we're going to have children. And he said, don't you think we should have talked about this before we got married? Because I told you I didn't want any
Oh,
children. So he said that she got up, took the cats, a bag, and said, I'm going to my mother's. I'll be back in 2 weeks, and you better have changed your mind. So he changed the locks.
bitch, I ain't gonna change my mind. You change your mind.
And it's like, so he said, I'm not going to quit drinking. And it's like, I've known you since the 70s, and you've always drank beer. Poor
Yeah.
kayak eel. They're pretty.
Going back to the heaters, I'm thinking about something. First of
Yeah.
all, if you do not submerge a submergible heater, you're a moron. The name is in it, submersible heater. It's supposed to
Yeah.
be all the way underwater. And second, the moisture in a heater is actually quite normal.
Well, I kind of figured that because, it wasn't turning shocking or anything. It just kind of, I don't know. I even
It's
bought one of those solid state heaters that's like in a black plastic box.
yeah, I don't do
Yeah,
those.
totally useless.
I like seeing my coils.
Yeah. I like seeing the little red light go on and off.
I don't even need to see the red light going on and off. I want to see the actual coil. I've been doing this long enough. I can tell when a heater's malfunctioning by looking at the coil. The springs start spreading out and stuff like that. They're not uniform anymore, stuff like that.
Yeah, they like bow.
They bow, they get discolored, that's what I look at.
I threw one of those out today. I'm so proud of myself because, like, I'm such a pack rat. And it was funny because, tomorrow's garbage day. And I told my boyfriend, okay, the broken fishing pole, it's like really cracked. It's probably, I don't know, 50 or 60 years old. It's just like, it would never hold even a pan frying fish. And the heater that looks okay, and the filter that looks like a filter are in the garbage for a reason. Throw them out. And he said, you're really throwing stuff out? And it's like, yes. I'm tough. I'm being tough. And I'm going to throw them out. And I have like a whole box of hang on the back filters. And if they don't work, I will take the impellers and get rid of the rest of them. Because like they don't even have the same, unless you buy the exact same model, size, color, etc. Every single intake tube is different.
Yeah. They got to, like, honestly, you'd think by now, I mean, back in the 30 years ago, I could see that. By now, everything should be ISO standardized.
Yeah. I know.
Just like in a computer.
I know what vent holes in computers are for: collecting dust. Wow.
Oh my God, dude. This dude had a rat on one side of his computer. It looked like a fucking rat. It was that much shit. You couldn't even see the holes. And I'm like, dude, clean that. Nope, he didn't want to. Have fun when your computer starts on fire. I'm going to laugh my ass off when it overheats.
God, that's horrible. I never
you should be cleaning
it just because
for if you have dogs or cats or any type of animals, you should clean your computer at least every 6 months. If you're in a body shop with all the Bondo dust and stuff, you should be doing it every 1 month. You would not believe how many computers I had to rebuild for my old boss because he was a lazy ass and didn't want to clean the work computer.
Well,
and it would always burn up.
And like put it up to the holes and vacuum stuff out.
Yeah, you got to vacuum the whole, and I actually take mine out and blow it out with like an air compressor or a leaf blower or something, just to get a lot of airflow through it. And the dust underneath the board and on the backside where you can't get, so you don't have to take it all apart. It'll blow it all, all that shit out. Dust can actually conduct electricity.
Yeah,
so
I read about that once.
If your computer gets dusty enough, it can start shorting out and blue screening and restarting by itself and turns on by itself and stuff. All crazy shit. It's like it's possessed.
Interesting.
Which is when I remember when I bought all these new pieces for the computer I have now.
Yeah.
When I was taking out the old pieces and putting in the new pieces, I decided to clean. I realized that it was dust that was doing it. The board and everything's fine. I
live in a dust bowl, so.
Yeah, I had in front of the hard drives was just caked with about an inch thick of dust.
Yeah, I guess I was here about the first time. I was here about 6 months, and I had to take my computer apart for something. And there was just like this, well, not a layer, but like probably an eighth to a quarter inch of dirt in there. And it was like after that, it's like, okay, this is not good. We will put this.
And laptops, laptops are even worse because their intake is on the bottom of where you're always putting it on your lap or on something. It's only a fraction of an inch until the intake. And they don't have, where a desktop, you have the room where it could maybe radiate the heat and disperse it. On a laptop, you don't.
Oh, I was not surprised or astonished, but maybe amused. I had an air pump that was like making noise, so I put it on a piece of, filter floss.
Yeah.
The dust that filter floss collected before to the little itty bitty, filter.
The little filter, yeah.
It was like amazing. So now all my air pumps sit on filter floss. At least it's easy to clean, you just like bang it and the dust comes out.
because I got the big pump, I just take the air. I got 2 filters, so when I take the dirty one out, which really isn't dirty, and put the new one in, I'll just take the one up to the upstairs into the sink, get some Dawn's dish soap, and like wash it between my hands because it's a flat piece of foam.
Yeah.
Squeeze it out, dry it out. It's ready for 6 months when it's going to be put in. I'm coming up to that soon. Next month or so, I think.
I'm going to call my friend. Once I get the tanks moved, I'm going to put all 4 canisters in a line, call my friend, and have him come up and help me try and get them working. And whatever's not working is going to go away. Because I'm tired of having too many parts and things that don't work.
Scott, go back and look at right above his name. Look at how dirty the vent. I mean, you can't even see the holes. It's just wrong. That's computer abuse.
Now we have to look up the laws for computer abuse.
Yep. Sadly, there are none.
Yeah, I know. My kids could come up with a bunch.
Oh, I could too.
Well, yeah. Or anybody that's like definitely more computer savvy than me, which is everybody. Techno peasant and proud of it.
Number 1 rule: no drinks or food by a computer.
Yeah. I have a not a tower, but a flat thing.
A desktop. Yeah, a desktop case. I call that.
It's up higher than, my desk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're good. I keep mine on a TV table now.
Yeah, the only thing I spill stuff on is my keyboard. And the first spill wasn't me. My dog was after my coffee. I went to the bathroom and I forgot to move my coffee, and he knocked over the coffee cup to drink my coffee and filled the keyboard with coffee.
Oh, man. You know what? I'm going to come take your dogs and train them.
Hey, I was never good in the discipline department.
Dude, I don't even have to say something to Diesel. I can just give him a look and he knows.
Yeah, well, you look at me and I'd be scared too.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Mississippi Hippie, look up Ken's Fish. You can buy it by the pound. It comes in bags, Ziploc bags. And what I do, I will open the Ziploc bag and then fill a container and then zip it back up. I got like 5 pounds in the basement still.
Yeah. Ken's Fish Food is great.
In fact, I'm going to
try Extreme, Omega, all different kinds. And ever since I've started ordering Ken's Fish Food, I haven't gotten any other except for that one can that I got that made my tanks cloudy. And that I won. But he's got everything.
I'm going to post a link in the private chat, and can you copy and paste that?
Yeah. Ken's Fish Food, I mean, my cichlids absolutely love it has spirulina flakes, pellets. It has 4 things in it.
If you're getting, just an announcement, if you're getting the regular mixed flake, the mixed color flake, they have 2 different versions. Make sure you read what is the ingredients.
Yeah.
They have one with fish meal, and then they have one with salmon meal. I consider the one with salmon meal a better food because it actually specifies what fish it is instead of just fish.
And
But that's the link I just posted was a link to their premium flake foods.
Let's see. Collections fish food. Yes. Reasonable prices. It's always fresh. I like it because it has all different sizes of the flakes, and it crushes real easily for little fish.
I'll run through the pricing for the Ken's Premium Tropical Flake, which is the mixed flake, the salmon meal version. A quarter pound is $5.39. A half pound is $8.79. A single 1 pound, which is 2 half-pound bags, is $16.99, and then 5 pounds is $65.99, which is even though it's like $70, it's still excellent pricing for how much you get.
And my plecos and bottom feeders like the wafers, and they have these bits. They look like sticks, but they're for bottom feeders.
Mm-hmm.
My bettas really like their betta food better than any other I've tried. I mean, I ordered cichlid pellets, which were too big for the cichlids that I have right now, well, before they grew up. So I just fed it to the isopods and the roaches, and they loved it.
One of their best foods, I think they have. It looks like spirulina. It's the green.
Yeah.
But it's medicated flake food with garlic in it, so the fish will eat it.
Yeah. He's got all different kinds of food. It's really cool.
Best place to buy food, hands down.
And
real easy. You get it real quick. Most of my orders are big enough to be under the fall under the free shipping under USPS. Oh no, UPS USPS is the free shipping.
I mean, he has decapsulated brine shrimp, which are good for babies.
Yeah.
Babies. I was going to order the lolly sticks, which they're out of right now, but I don't have any shrimp right now.
The other stuff they have is you'd have to go under on their main page, the aquarium supplies, fish food, and then go down to San Francisco Bay.
Oh yeah, for the shrimp eggs.
Well, no, the freeze-dried bloodworms, bloodworms, tubiflex worms, and brine shrimp. I guarantee you get the big bottle, the 50 gram or whatever it is. They're size of like the big peanut butter, the old big peanut butter jars. I don't know if they do them anymore. Maybe 4 inches around, like 6 inches tall.
But he even has like brine shrimp, beef heart.
Yeah.
Flake.
I have not done any of his frozen food yet.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Only because I don't have a fridge downstairs yet.
Is it the ultra spirulina garlic and paprika flake?
The medicated stuff I was talking about? No, it's the
no. Oh, the metronidazole.
The Metra something or other with garlic.
Metronidazole or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to see it to. The metronidazole. Metronidazole? I don't know. It looks like a made up word. But it starts off at $7.99 for the quarter pound bag.
Yeah, fish food by the pound when you have a lot of fish or big fish is a good way to do it.
Actually, give me a minute. I'll run down and get a bag so they can actually see the size.
Okay. Well, there's a perfect timing. She's taking her big dog out. Yeah, I remember once being on a stream and it just sounded like Roundhouse and I with two people talking about how great Ken's was. And it's like, all right, I'll buy like one of these little jars. Boy, was that a waste. Only because it went so fast because it was a little jar. And my fish just like chomped it up. And except when everybody croaks for weird things. But yeah, I looked. This bed is already 2.5 or 3 years old. Well, she had him for 2.5 or 3 years. I've had him for a year. So I think it may just be old age because the other two are doing just fine. Poor guy. It must suck to have a short lifespan. It's like one of my friends was like, God, how can you get fish and they're just going to like die in a year or so? It's like, no, I have fish that are going to live like, some of them are going to live 10 or 15 or 20 years. They'll be around longer than me. Sort of a scary thought. That's why I didn't want to buy a bird that would outlive me. So, device is not connected? He went away? He abandoned me? Yeah, that castle that's in the rat cage. I have another one exactly like it. They're aquarium, decorations. And this guy gave me two of them. This one was broken at the bottom. And so I gave it to the rats, and they really like it. They pee all over the top, though. Well, that's one rat. I have two really friendly rats and one that she just doesn't want to be nice. She may have to go away. Well, that's an interesting picture. Cool color wall.
This is the right one? Yeah, there we go. So you all know the size of a basic big glider, right?
Yeah. Well, we got to wait for her to be back.
Oh, okay.
She took out the dog. Every once in a while, you got to take the dog out.
It was because I have my OBS set up for a camera and my virtual camera.
Well,
That's why I lost connection, because it said
okay.
I couldn't access the camera. Okay. So you know the size of a normal big lighter. This is a half pound.
We have dogs. We understand. Okay, Diesel doesn't beg, but mine do.
Oh, shit, Diesel begs.
Especially for that jerky.
Oh, definitely.
Those eyes are like, oh.
Shut up.
Oh, last night there were coyotes, and now all 4 of my dogs have learned to howl.
Oh, great.
And the neighbors, I don't even want to guesstimate how many dogs he has, around 20 maybe. They were howling. It was quite loud at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I tried to yell a couple times and then I gave up. Well, I have to wait till the snakes are big enough to eat a big rat. And luckily, when I went to get mice, they only had little mice, and my female ate 3 mice. She was hungry. They're probably to rat size, well, small rat. Hopper rats or something. No bigger than hopper rats.
Oh, but speaking of rats,
power feed them because that's not good for their health.
Speaking of rats, I gotta find this thing. I saved it. I saw it and I thought of you. I can't remember where the hell I saved it though. Wow, I got a lot of shit saved.
Boy, rat people are just, and snake people are just as crazy as fish people.
Did I save it in fish?
Well, I'm sort of wondering if my fairy cichlids, after they're about 2 years old now, aren't thinking of breeding. They have dug a 3-inch divot in the sand.
Mm-hmm. And?
Well, they're making a big hole in the sand.
That's a good thing.
And I'm going to move there's 1 bristlenose left in there. Yeah, I have 3 fairy cichlids. Oh, and I got to move the lizard, the red lizard, whiptail catfish, and the coolie loaches out of there. They'll go in their own tank or they just hide all the time. Yeah, they're digging a nest. Right in the open. Well, it's sort of underneath a piece of driftwood. But they've been working on moving the sand. And it's much deeper than it was this morning.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah. Tomorrow, well, maybe tomorrow. I haven't decided. Might be the next day. And I guess it's been a while since I could upgrade my phone. So I'm going to go look at new phones. I'm not quite sure why. But
I watched a documentary on this and I thought of you. Share screen. There you go. They're called pygmy jerboas. They're the smallest rodent species that anyone knows about.
No, I want one of the giant African rats that weighs 9 pounds.
No, but look at it.
Clearing landmines.
It's a mix between a kangaroo and a bunny.
I'd break it. Whoa, that's pretty cool looking.
And they're, let me see if.
Look at those.
At one point, yeah, there it is. That's how big these things are.
Oh my God, I'd break it. I guess I've always been afraid to like break small animals. So rather than I had parakeets or budgies. Look at those ears. Yep. Those are like great ears. That I'm really falling in love with my Dumbo rat because he has like big funky ears.
Yeah, wow. Baby. They're called pygmy jerboas or jerboa. They're from like Iraq and Iran area in the sand region.
Wow, I bet they look cool when they hop. Hey, Chewy.
Can we find anything? Are these going to move? No. Trying to find the ones that'll move. Oh, there we go.
Go blink, blink, blink. Wow, look at God. There's nothing to them.
Yeah.
They're like all feet and legs and tail. Well, I can understand the big ears in the desert region. It doesn't look real. Oh.
The thing just falls.
God, look how long its tail is. Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, it's cute.
If I ever got one, I'd have to name it Bouncy.
Wow,
yeah,
that's pretty amazing.
I saw, like I said, I saw it and I thought of you because you're into the crazy animals.
It's so little.
I mean, look at the key, dude. It's a space bar is bigger than this thing on the keyboard.
Yeah. Well, you definitely wouldn't need a giant cage.
Nope.
I mean, I'd give them.
Actually, you might because they're. I'm sure they would need exercise.
Yeah.
And that's not something that you'd want, like, you would let out in your house and run around like a large rat that you could find easily.
Or a ferret or something.
Yeah. You could lose that thing real quick.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Well, yeah. It's like, I don't want to put the snakes in tubs, even though people keep their snakes in tubs because I think it would be boring. And I watched.
I don't think it. Oh. Snakes are snakes.
Discuss the need for enrichment for snakes. Yeah, could probably jump out of it like a tank type cage. Boing.
Well, you're supposed to have a top on it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, any responsible person would have a top on it.
It was really amazing. I took empty toilet paper tubes and I put them in with the snakes, and they were fascinated with them.
Oh, the rats would probably like them too.
Oh, yeah, they do. And they like their hammocks. And they like crawling up the side of the cage.
I bet Chewy could tell us more about the pygmy, what did I say, jerboa?
No, I think he's mostly a wet animal guy. So what do you say, Chewy? I'm waiting for my TDS meter.
I think I got mine for like $8 on Amazon.
Well, only Oscars is sending me one.
Mm.
And I don't think I really need two of them.
You might need one by each tank.
Oh, God, no.
Because you lose shit all the time. I mean, it's just a fact of life.
Near as bad as what's his face.
What?
Usually I only lose things because I put them in a box to move them out of the way.
See, I keep all my fish stuff. Like I got a couple toothbrushes for the fish tanks. They go on the tank. I got one downstairs and one upstairs on the tank. Same with razor blades. I just put it on the tank, on the glass hood. Never lose it. All the fish, in the basement, I keep all the fish stuff all together.
I'm working on it. I'll get organized. Huh.
You know what you do? The boxes that you order, if you order from Ken's, the box that comes, fold the lid in and use it as your fish storage.
I actually have
knock. Tubs. I guess Chewy's in the back room.
Yes.
I'm thinking.
Chewy loves all animals.
Of course, Chewie loves all animals.
I love all animals. Oh,
I don't.
But
Anything with no legs or 8 legs should be killed.
rodents are kind of not in the kind of interest of Chewie.
Ah, okay. These
Okay?
things were cute though. They're cute enough that I would even get them.
My favorite animals all come from Africa, except for, well, one comes from all over the world's oceans. But
Well, it's close. It might be considered Africa. They might be in Africa. I don't know.
how about a Cape
I
water?
believe that they are Arabian. Like,
I think they're more Arabian, but they might be. I don't know. Like I said.
but rodents are lower on the mammal scale than my favorites. I love zebras. Zebras are so cool. There's an old myth that comes from Africa. You can ride a horse with spots, but you'll never ride one with stripes.
I'm just fascinated
Yeah, too bad the American zebra died.
that no two zebras have the same stripes.
Nope. No two horses have the same color either.
That's true.
Oh yeah, they do.
No.
No,
I've
it don't
seen,
look like
I've
it.
seen hundreds of brown. They were the same shade of brown. I swear to God.
Each one of them have that. But you can ride a horse with spots, but you can't ride a horse with stripes.
Why not?
Zebras were never
Domesticated.
domesticated. They
Well,
are too wild.
It's
let's
easier.
start it. Let's start domesticating them.
They can't.
Why not?
They've tried.
They just don't know how to do it.
It's easier to ride a wild donkey than it is a zebra.
You'd stand better chance of riding a hippo than a zebra.
They also say that NASA also says if it tried to make the Saturn V rocket again, it couldn't do it anymore. Yet it was made back in the 60s.
That's because the world is turning to idiocracy.
No, it's because the people that designed the stuff are gone, and they don't know how it, heck, they have the blueprints, but they really don't know how the stuff really worked.
Hey, Sequence 2, 3.
In a way. We need to go back in time and get like Billy the Kid and stuff, and get some zebras, and they'll be able to do it.
But my favorite mammal comes from Uganda that lives in Africa. There is an exception because of Madagascar, but this animal is extremely endangered.
Speaking of animals, the next time someone talks to Vinny, inform Vinny that whales do have back legs. You just don't see them. I found that out the other day. Whales actually have legs.
Yes. They're just not
They're inside their body. They don't grow skin around them. They're the skin grew around them and they're part of the body. They're inside the body. The bones are still there.
Gradually their legs got shorter and shorter.
Evolution does miraculous things.
Yeah. And I don't know how to explain to Vinny that you cannot pick what you want to evolutionize. Like he keeps saying, I'm not going to wake up in 100 years with gills. No, you're not going to get like that. That's not,
No,
evolution happens naturally. It's what the animal needs, not what the animal wants.
Come on, look who you're talking about, though.
But I know I can explain it to him where he would be on there. I just haven't been able to find how to yet. I'm still working on it.
It was a distant relative of the hippopotamus, I do believe, that transformed into a whale. If I remember,
yes and no.
Apology.
I'll call it a cousin because the hippo and the whale were related to the same animal, but I can't remember the parent animal.
Yeah,
it was something else, but it looked like a hippo.
The same ancestor.
It looked like a hippo, but it wasn't a hippo.
No, many, many years ago.
Right after the dinosaurs roamed.
We're here for so little of a time. We can honestly, the normal person cannot grasp evolution. I don't think,
No,
because it takes it.
It
It's the
takes,
same thing as saying, like, from where is it on the other side of the galaxy? People, you can't. They're just such big numbers. You can't fathom it.
most of us can't even grasp the idea of great-great-grandfather.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, most of us can't even see that time period of time.
I would have loved to lived in that time, man. Oh my god. Screw computers and all that shit. I would give all that. I would give all my electronics up.
I wouldn't I wouldn't want to trade places with my great grandparents because they were in Ukraine.
Oh, those damn war criminals.
Yeah,
So,
My great grandfather was engineer. No, I'm sorry, a fireman for the Pacific, Fort Wayne, and Chicago Railroad, which later became Pennsylvania Railroad. He drove a 440. I'd love to go back into those times. Late 1800s.
I'd
No.
like to go way, way back to the time of the Egyptians to actually see what kind of fish they had in their pools. That's what I would like.
Honestly, I'd go back just to see how they built those goddamn things.
that would be fun.
Because Hawassi guy, the pyramid guy, is full of crap. Everything he says, don't even listen to what he says. He's literally lying his ass off all the time.
Well, you can't really lie in a theory. And that's what they do. They theorize.
No, this guy lies. He's 15,000 years of erosion outside the Sphinx, and he's like, no, that's only 5,000. No, it isn't. Oh, you had a crack?
The world's only 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I've seen some pretty interesting things in my life. A friend of mine showed me petrified trees that occurred over 60 years. So
We went to the Petrified Forest in, what was it, Arizona?
Yeah.
Is that where it is? Arizona? I was bad. I took a piece. I didn't realize I was only like 3 years old though. 3 or 4 or 5 or something. I was really young. I didn't realize what I was doing, but I took a piece.
You're excused for now. Take it back. Take it back.
Dude, up until now, because I don't know where it is anymore, but I used to keep it. I used to put it in the fish tank. I had it in every single one of my fish tanks. When I lived at my parents' house back in the day. I have like a 1 foot by maybe 14-inch piece of nothing but probably 30 or 40 fossils of shells.
what was that show that was science fiction that was based off of the pyramids? That was such a great show where they time warp to other planets.
Stargate.
Oh, Stargate.
Yeah, that's the show. It was even.
How do you not know Stargate? It was filmed in Canada.
I can't remember names sometimes.
They're gonna be making Stargate again. The new Stargates are the scripts are written by AI. They loaded all their previous films into it, and it spits out scripts. And they actually did a reading. And all the characters loved it.
Some of those creatures that they had back then, who's to say that aliens did not come here with genetic experiments of DNA manipulation as well?
I still think the Babylon 5 thing stands. Their Vorlons look like angels when they're out of their encounter suits. And no matter what species sees them, they see their species. So the Naran saw a Naran angel, the human saw a human angel, the Timbuktu saw a Timbuktu angel, so on and so forth.
You know what these are? These are new houses. Ooh. Does that smell interesting?
So how many rock bands are named after animals?
What? How many what?
Rock bands are named after animals.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, there are the animals.
Yes. There's also the Lamprologus.
Would the Pussycat Dolls be in that because it's Pussycat?
And Lamprologus.
Yeah, I listened to that again. It's still racket.
The Beastie Boys.
Heavy rock.
It's not my cup of tea.
Rock. Like it's not like 60s to 80s time period, but it's the kids' time period.
I'm just not a rocker.
I mean, I can get down to like Ozzy Osbourne rock and stuff like that.
Well, that's rock. That's
but this was almost like headbanger mosh pit Skrillex rock. It just
That's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, hell, I can even jam to Skrillex once in a while.
I'm just saying, how many bands were named after him? And do you actually know that there's actually a band called the Cichlids that came out in 1979?
Wow.
And the girl sings like Joan Jett, and you're wondering why didn't this band make it? And then you find out they signed to a disco label in Miami, and they never got any push. Because that disco label, the only compilations they did was with K-Tel with their disco artists.
Gina, I would say it's YouTube on your end.
Very good band for like the 79 wave period of time, man. I was like, really?
Let's see. We're talking about
no, they're rats
that have rat. That bands that have animal names.
Yes.
Hey, you know what, Ivy?
The Birds.
You have no, it's not a bird, they're rats. You have the nicest handwriting I have ever seen in my life. No, mine's not avatars. Mine's
the Beatles, the Monkeys, White Snake, John Cougar Mellencamp, Three Dog Night, the Bloodhound Gang, the Squids,
yes,
Samantha Fox, Screeching Weasel. What the hell is that?
Probably a screeching weasel.
How is Beastie Boys an animal name?
Because it's beasts, beasties. I got today.
Foxy Shazam. This is one of Def Leppard.
Yeah.
Howlin' Wolf, Blue Oyster Cult, Pussycat and the Dirty Johnsons, Pigface, the Pussycat Dolls, Flock of Seagulls.
But yes, your handwriting is absolutely exquisite, and I'll be mailing stickers tomorrow. I really like your stickers. I think that
Toto?
Really cool.
That's not an animal. That's a dog's name.
What?
Toto. I don't trust this list anymore.
Well, it is named after a dog.
Yeah, but it's not an animal name.
Yes. Yeah.
An animal like Great White. Okay, that I'll give you. Foxy Jen, I'll give you. The Fabulous Thunderbirds. Yep. Modest Mouse. Okay. Cobra Starship. Okay. Buffalo
No,
Springfield.
well,
But when
yeah.
you come to Toto, no, that's it.
The
Yeah,
only
I agree
reason
with you,
you'd be
Roundhouse.
here
You can't be up
is
a name
because
of
it was an
they
accident.
call it an animal. But, you know,
Oh man, I can't believe I didn't Gorillas.
yeah,
I forgot about Gorillas.
yes, Gorillas is great music, man.
Yeah. Arctic Monkeys.
70s funk.
Oh, this is a great Cancer Bats.
Oh, now that's pretty cool.
That's a good name.
Only going back to the 60s, that's
And okay, Pet Shop Boys is on this list.
I-
Bullshit. That's not an animal.
My suggestion, I really like Vinyl Disorder because the stickers really are like vinyl. And just to try it out, I put one of them on my tanks where I usually spill water. And when you peel them off, they're kind of stretchy a little bit. So they really are, and they stick real well also. But I really liked vinyl. That's where I got mine. And they're a little bit hard to peel off because I didn't pay extra for the peel off thing.
The die cut.
Yeah, but I do like the feeling, and so far the waterproofing, because they are vinyl, seems to be really good. Because it's like I don't wear white because it gets dirty, and I figured I would put stickers on my fish tank, and I've actually not destroyed but water damaged stickers. I actually dropped a really nice painting into the fish tank yesterday.
Oh man.
It came off.
It's 2022. Why can't they have stickers that you can reuse?
Wow, mine stick really nicely to the tank. Well, I'm making really
dude,
cool.
static cling stickers for the fish tank.
Oh, now that's a good idea.
They're printed on like a clear vinyl.
Yeah,
and you just put them up on your tank and they stick, and there's no sticky to it though. It's like almost like a plastic wrap where it just sticks to whatever.
Yeah.
But actually, Roundhouse, I think that the name Lamprologa suits that kind of music, because little wee shell dwellers and those kind of things are like little mosh heads all in their own selves, man.
I don't know. My daffodils are all nice fish. They're not crazy fish.
Well,
yeah,
they
nice.
go hunting for fry of other fish. That's what they do. Eh? A lot of those lamprologas look for fry of other fish.
I was at one point I was told the daffodils, the is it Neolamprologus?
Your email for my stick for you. Oh no, that's
whatever it is, poultry. I was told they were shell dwellers. I'm like, dude, I don't think these are shell dwellers. Oh no, they are.
Some can accept both.
I've thrown shells in there. They don't do anything. They just eat them.
No.
They eat whatever's in the shell and then just leave the shell.
Daffodils wouldn't do it. I know that. Neither would push.
Yeah, but they said the daffodils were shell dwellers. I'm like, I don't think they are.
Okay, you can now post your email. Yes, Bunny Viper has very nice stickers. But the coolest thing I actually got, and I know a lot of you don't care, but I got Cop Watch stickers.
Oh, see you, Chewy.
Oh, he disappeared. No, I haven't gotten yours yet.
Yeah, honestly, for the questions you asked me, I would ask Freedom to Film. Because I've never dealt with any of that shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I haven't dealt with. Well, I know. Okay, Ghost Rider is doing a thing on looking up laws and stuff right now because I remembered him talking about it, and I know for a fact he'll get back to me. Um, Freedom gets pretty busy, although with the gas prices, not everybody's as busy as they used to be.
Yeah. Well, for a simple question like that, a power pack, I think he'd be able to.
Yeah,
I
and
don't do that much recording with my phone. If I'm doing that much recording, I go out with like a real camera.
yes, one time I spit on the street, and this guy was walking past. And in Santa Fe, like in the area I was in, you don't do that unless you're like a real low life. And this guy said, "Well, that was really ladylike." And I said, you can take the girl off the street, but you can't take the street out of the girl.
Wait, what did you do?
I spit on the street. Hey,
Dude, when I was down in Santa Fe, everyone was spitting on the street. Everyone spits on the street everywhere.
what was that? Yeah. You better cower. Excuse me, my dog just tried to steal the millet for my rats.
Oh, what the hell? You know what you need to do? When you're yelling at the dog, you need to get into a lower tone. You gotta, like, what the hell are you doing? You gotta put bass in your voice. Because the higher you go, they think you're happy. The lower register you go, the dogs think you're mad.
No, it's when I use their full name.
That too.
Oh, you guys saw the millet bag, huh? And now you think you deserve treats? Okay, and I'll tell you, Ian, the same thing I told Bunny Viper is that that's pretty good, S. I really like vinyl disorder stickers. The proofs were nice, the stickers are nice, and I'm very happy with them. They're a little difficult to peel off because they're die cut, and I didn't pay extra for the little tab to peel it off. Hey, June, but I really like the quality, and this is coming from someone who has been the merchandise procurer for a major world science fiction convention. And I actually got to go to a convention of producers of customized merchandise. Boy, they can stick your name on virtually anything. Excuse me.
I once stuck my name on a cop car. I had we had stickers, and I would run around the cop car and slap it on the back of it.
I made an emoticon for for members on a cop channel. In Espanola, the stop signs are starting to have a sticker on them that says "talking to the police." So it says "stop talking to the police" or the cops. So it's like, wow, in Espanola. Up and down. June, I went to get flagstone today and the gate was locked. And it's national forest, so I have to call them. And find out why they locked my gate. Because I wanted to get some flagstone. Oh, cool. Thank you so much. But I decided that I'm going to get brave and just start moving tanks so I can get it done, because not having it done is driving me crazy. Well, hello, Christopher. It's nice to meet you. Any friend of Only Oscars is definitely a friend of mine. One of these days, I'll actually get out to California because my dad lives out there. And it sounds so quiet. Okay, and I'm finally going to say it. Everybody hit that like, subscribe. Oh, and the bell for notifications. And for everybody except Chewy, because I know this isn't his thing, although I would like his advice on what he think created it. I posted a video called What Is It? And I know that it's part Mangano, but I don't know what the other half is. Hey,
Pygmy Jerboa.
Huh?
It's a Pygmy Jerboa Mangano mix.
Okay, that would be really weird. No, you have to go look at it. It is the Okay, I'll remember that. Okay, Gina, good night. Safe dreams. Or is it sweet dreams? No, these days it's safe dreams.
Don't let the big bugs bite. I did this for you, Poeseewi.
Yeah, right. You just want to tease me with the daffodils. And I just want...
because I figured out I could use an actual video as my screen. That's what this is. It's a 10-minute video.
Oh. Okay, in that tank, when the babies were born, there's the AC, a dragon blood, the Kenyes, a red top,
Yes.
a yellow lab. Now, what it is... Yeah, I like daffodils too, only he won't send them to me.
Man, you know what? You come try to fish him out of this tank with only working with 4 inches above it.
Yeah, I have that problem, which is why I'm fixing it.
Like I said, once I get this pool pond and transfer him over, it's open season. I can catch him any day. I'll get into the damn thing.
But it's sort of Mangano on the top. It's more black than blue, but it has a yellow tummy. Like the bottom half of the fish is yellow.
OBS Studio. I mean, shit. I can here. I can turn this off and go over to my logo. I can turn that off. Go to my display. Turn that off. Where's the picture? Oh, there's the picture. Go back to the picture. I got them all loaded. I can just toggle them.
Yeah, they're cool. I got one of the new fish that I got that someone gave me. I think it's part rusty or chocolate. It's sort of a brownish cichlid with kind of reddish vertical stripes. I don't know. I just have so many. I have realized that probably all my cichlids are some sort of hybrid, except for the Brichardes. Because the polar blues are, the platinums are, okay, the blue acaras. Okay, I'll admit to being old and I don't know Professor Snape.
No, I know that. Where do I know that? That's from that stupid wizard movie.
Wizards?
Yeah, with the train. And they walk through the wall to get to the train and shit. Harry Potter.
Oh, well, my boyfriend was like, wow, you got a letter from somebody cool. So what do you mean? He goes, they even have a wax sticker thing. And I said, oh, yeah, I have that somewhere in a box, unless it got stolen. I just need somebody to come out and kick me in the butt and go through all my stuff and make it go away. Okay, the yo-yos and the bristlenose, or excuse me, the ancestors and the plecos aren't hybrids. The Danios, I'm sure, are all hybrids of some sort, except for the giant Danios. The black skirts are probably pure black skirts, and the glow light tetras. But all my cichlids are probably just some sort of bizarre and weird hybrids. But this fish is really cool. It's almost better than the pure black mangano. Yeah, I just totally love Ivy's handwriting. It's so nice. It was like, I wish I could write that well.
I'll make you happy here.
Oh, I don't have any cichlids on the screen. I have rats. Oh, I have. That's kind of what one of my beta. I didn't think you had any betas left.
I don't.
Oh, that's an old beta.
Yeah, this is an old video.
That's kind of like what the beta that I got at Aquashella looks like. It was almost all white when I got it.
Yeah, we got that at like a Petco or PetSmart. It ended up to be a double tail. Yeah, this is from 2019, but it's like the biggest video besides the fish shop tour that I did. That's still when I had the 5-gallon.
Okay, I'm not sure what I'm missing, but I'm missing somebody. My dad and my brother. Rats. Why do I have rats? Because I have pythons. And I'm one of those people who grew up in on a farm, and I raised animals to eat. So it doesn't bother me to feed rats to my snakes. Okay, at least Rumbo and Lacey are my friends. I'm not sure about Cagney now. Yeah. The babies will be food. The adults are my friends. And it's actually really interesting because to keep them occupied, I have to come up with new and interesting things. So once they're in their permanent position, which is going to be against a wall, I'll be able to make them tubes that run along the wall so they can travel, like up to the ceiling and stuff. And make them mazes because they are very intelligent. And I don't like mice because mice are mean. Yeah, well, I was raised. Oh, yeah, I have cockroaches and isopods.
I like the roly-poly bugs. Those are awesome.
Yeah, isopods. The ones that accidentally cross the ocean.
Yeah. They remind you of trilobites.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're not as fun to play with as the roaches because, like, when I first got histine roaches, which is now like, I didn't realize it, but it's like been 30 years. they have a really, I learned they have a really cool hierarchy. The lady roaches take care of like the aunt roaches will take care of their nieces and nephews. Um, but they have this really cool family hierarchy, and they're actually very clean animals. They spend like 75% of their time preening themselves. Those kind of look like my platies. I'm not sure
Those
about
are
my
sunset self and mollies.
mollies. Yeah.
They all died.
Hmm. Um, these cockroaches don't fly. I don't really like flying cockroaches. But you know they're called hissing cockroaches because when you pick them up or disturb them, they hiss. Well, after they realize that you're the hand that feeds them, they'll actually you can get them to come up to you, and they get really tame and they don't hiss at you anymore. Um, they were actually a good. Actually, you know, the interesting thing about cockroaches is they're really not as dirty as people think. I mean, you want to talk about dirty? Consider the bottom of your shoes. The only reason a roach would be dirty, like under your sink or something, because under your sink is dirty. Roaches are quite clean, which I know sounds really weird, but
Your shoes aren't that dirty, surprisingly. Your money that you touch is 100 times more dirty than your shoes.
I've actually, they're one of the only creatures on Earth that you can inbreed and line breed, and it doesn't cause a degeneration in their genetics. Um, I've had the same colony of roaches for like 30 years, and they
Hmm.
were one of the only animals or creatures that I had when I was living on the street because you can feed them virtually anything or not. Um, they are sensitive to cold, though.
Did you know they did a study? Every single paper bill that they tested had cocaine on it.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm like totally not surprised. Oh, yeah, the Albuquerque cop watch last night. So I find this just totally amazing. There was two guys in a car going the wrong way.
Bunny Viper. That's hilarious. Oh yeah.
That's pretty
No,
funny. Um,
don't bring them inside if they really are, because the babies can survive,
oh, yeah.
and then they'll get in your house. I remember when I was a little kid, we went to a family friend's house, and they had roaches, and my parents literally stripped us kids down to like nothing, and had us take a shower before we could go upstairs. In the garage, taking off all of our clothes, shoes, and everything. My mom took them straight to get them washed.
Well, I had, let's see, it was about, I don't know, 8 months ago, and I actually bought stuff from the Bug MD, which turned out to be clove oil. So it's sort of a dual purpose. Um, I just had to be real careful spraying it behind the fish tank. Um, I bought a couple or got a couple fish tanks from Albuquerque, and the roaches has gotten up into the frame, the plastic frame. I've never ever had cockroaches up here. I mean, never. Not even when I moved back from Texas. And I mean, well, my boyfriend's apartment in Burbank had like a million cockroaches, and we put all this stuff in my van and like bombed the hell out of it. I'm ready to reseal a 125. Everybody says don't do it, and it sits outside. Um,
What moron told you not to reseal a 125?
oh, lots of people, they say it's just too much hassle.
It
It's they
isn't.
don't want to drive up here and help me.
It's not hard at all.
I know, it's just one more thing that I have too much stuff to do anyway. Um, but so I bought, okay, um, God, 300 gallons. That'd be like so awesome.
No, it's not really. Anything over 125 is a pain.
Okay, well,
The
it's only
two,
a 150. No.
the two, I'm gonna die in this house. I'm not moving to 220 again, or the 210. I will never move that thing ever. They needed 4 guys to get into this house.
Well, I'm not looking forward to moving the 150 in here, but it's got to be done. So, we will do things like use rollers and
PVC pipe.
yeah, exactly. Leverage and get a couple of 2x12s or 4x4s and roll it up.
Actually, if you have access to an old toboggan, cut the front off and just use the flat part. Put the tank on the flat part and then put the rollers underneath the toboggan.
Well, I do have my neighbor has a couple of those furniture mover things, and that's actually how they got it out of the van into the house.
Okay.
Okay, Christopher, I have a 125, but that's okay. Nobody wants to come up here, not even people who are semi-local.
Dude, if I had the cash, to burn, I would.
Yeah, I know.
I would just fucking
these
fly
people
there.
do. It's like, what? You want me to drive 2.5 hours? And it's like, I drive 2.5 hours to go down there. You could like return the favor. Yeah. I mean, I'm giving a guy 13 fish tanks, but I have to drive them the 2.5 hours, which is why they haven't made it down.
Oh, hell no. Tell him to go get his own damn fish tanks then. No, I'm sorry. I'd put my foot down. If you're giving him the tanks for free, no, he can get it. No, you come up here and get them. I'm not going to give them to you for free and bring them to you. That's a deal breaker.
Yeah. That's kind of why I'm not going down there. And like, there is a pet store that has yellow vampire crabs, and they only want $30 a piece. And it's like, I won't even pay $30 for a fish. Not after the beta macrostomas. Well, they were more.
I mean, I paid $30. I paid $30 for a fish. I paid $50 for a fish. But the fact is you're not gonna. It has to be like a full-grown angel. $30, no problem. Saltwater fish, $50, $60, $70, no problem. It all depends on the fish.
That orange, excuse me, guys. That angel that's down towards the bottom now, that's black and orange and white.
Yeah, all these are gone too. They were either stolen or just passed away, or the tank was contaminated at one point. This was the tank. The white angels. Remember how I was telling you the neighbor was sneaking into my basement in the middle of the night and stealing the angels? That's these.
Yeah, Dan does have some nice fish. I won my red lizard catfish and the 5-star general. And I actually think that the 5-star general is scaring the golden algae eater. But the golden algae eater killed one of the cichlids. So he has to live with the 5-star. Oh, those purple firefish are pretty.
Yeah, the firefish and the filefish. Those are like my favorite.
Saltwaters are so pretty. I'm just not.
It's really easy to do a fish-only tank, though.
Yeah. I'm just not. I just like my cichlids. And I'll be real happy if I can figure out the water issue. The ones with yellow faces are pretty too, or yellow tops. I love their long fins. Yeah, the first few places I ordered from were because I won.
I mostly shop at
The
what's the
evil
place in Indiana? Aquarium Arts or
aquatic arts.
Aquatic Arts. I think his fish are 10 times better than Dan's, but
And
their water is a lot closer to mine. So
quarantine.
true, but it also depends on water. He's coming from very soft water, and I have very hard water. Aquatic Arts has hard water, so the fish from Aquatic Arts end up being better than the fish from Dan's for me.
Yeah, that's why I want to solve this hard soft water thing once and for all. Because I guess not knowing is just, it's not good for my brain. Yeah, I'd be in trouble if I had a lot of jumpers because I kind of have lackadaisical lids until, it took 6 days for my red lizard catfish to make it from Dan's because it got delayed. And
honestly, Bunny Viper, it would be better if he kept it in the box.
And Dan was just like, he was sure it was going to be dead, and it was fine. Fine and frisky. It's a really cool fish, and it totally loves choya. It likes choya much better than it likes driftwood. And it may be because it's smaller and the choya is not as hard.
Poeseewi, this is when I first got the daffodils in this small section of the video. It was my original 9. I'm only halfway done with this video. Jesus.
Well, once I'm set up, maybe I'll do some videos. Little fish. Yeah, my Brashardis were pretty little when I got them. And now they're like 2.5, 3 inches.
Yeah, and they look once they're in a tank for a while, they look so much better. Oh my god. The colors come out, as they get older, and the fins grow out to get the lyre tail.
Yeah, I like the lyre tails. They look pretty cool.
Whenever I switch these fish over to the pool pond, when I get the pool pond and switch them over, I'll send you a bunch. I'll send you like 10 or 15 or something, because eventually, hopefully there'll be a male and a female, and they'll kill everything else off, which is what happened with these. There were 2 dominant, a male and female, and they killed everything else off, and then they started having their babies.
Just like the Turkanas. Except the male Turkana killed everybody.
Yeah, this is definitely a species tank, though, to keep them looking the best.
Well, yeah. What are you guys doing? They're going, it's dinner time, Mom. It's time for our treats. I should do something like that. Kevin has one of those label makers.
Yeah, mine's not a wussy one. Mine's something from like 1960.
So I decided I am actually going to sell some of my ruby green males because I have like 6 or 7 of them and 2 females. So I'm going to sell some of the ruby greens. And I guess Q may have some. I have to ask her.
Honestly, Poeseewi, I don't use the label maker anymore. I take a Sharpie, a non-erasable Sharpie, and just write on the tank.
You know, I took a non-erasable Sharpie and started making really cool designs on my van. And the next morning when I went out to my van, they were all gone.
Yeah, it has to be clean for it to stick.
It was clean.
Well, water does get it off. Like there's been a couple times where I've had to redo it because of the water.
Yeah, it takes it off.
But it's a lot harder than if you use like dry erase marker, which then you can use your finger and wipe it off.
Well, that's the thing, is that the water, the driftwood, the plants, everything in every river and lake and stream is different.
Yeah. Hell, honestly, I did an experiment. I actually took my aquarium test kits to the local streams the other day. The local streams, one by my house, one on the other side of the river, totally different water qualities.
Oh, I should try that. Well, the water is like about 5 to 10 feet lower in the lake than it was a few months ago. It's like getting lower and lower soon. And one of the best places for trout fishing, you can actually see the bottom of the river now, like through water.
Eventually, I think a paint marker is the best way to go, though, because water will not take that off. All you do is razor blade it off, but you can only do it on glass tanks.
Yeah. Well, I only have glass tanks.
Yeah.
And I'm actually considering, since I have 20-gallon tanks that don't cost me anything, I'm thinking of putting the snakes in those rather than in tubs. I couldn't believe how much a tub costs now. Like a 28-quart tub. It's like twice as expensive as it used to be.
The Rubbermaid tubs. The Rubbermaid tubs are going for like $50 to $75 a pop now.
Yeah, it's incredible.
To get a shoebox size is like $30. To get the Rubbermaid the size of a shoebox. You've seen those, right?
Yeah, it's crazy how much things cost.
Yeah.
You know, and okay, I don't mind the dollar store going from $1 to $1.25, because I mean it's
this is the dividers in the tank. If you want to see how they are, when I had them in the actual tank, the dividers that I was talking about the other day,
those would probably work really well.
Yeah, I got to get them boxed up. It might be a week or so.
That's okay.
I got a tire. I caught a nail in my tire. I got to get that fixed.
Ooh, I hate when that happens.
I don't know where the hell I got it. I'm usually really good when I drive. I don't drive in places that you can get nails and shit. I don't know how I got it.
Yeah, I think my poor Beta, my poor mustard gas. He's like kind of living nose down. Hello, Garcia. Keep an eye out next week. Now, that's a cool looking Beta, too.
I had a nice collection of them. They hated my water. That's a rose tail.
Well, I have the 20-gallon with the 3 bettas, which may eventually be 1 betta or 2 bettas, then 1 betta, because I know my crown tail's pretty old, or my blue crown tail's pretty old.
And the nice thing about this is they have the holes in them, which enable them. They will see each other, so they will still get exercise of like flaring and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to where they'll get overworked and like die from exhaustion.
Oh, how cool. I love when baby fish start, the fry start coloring up, because when I got all the, when the last batch of fry, you could see that some were kind of striped and some were kind of clearish. And now you can see that some of the striped ones are OBs, and there's some really bright yellow ones, and then some others which are probably dragon bloods. But even with the striped cichlids, there's quite a variety. I mean, there's really light ones, and then I have some sort of chocolatey colored ones. And one of the new cichlids I got given to me is sort of, I think it has rusty in it. It's sort of a rusty color. Oh, he really wants that house. What's that thing on top of my cage? Yeah. Roundhouse is showing us all the fish he doesn't have anymore.
Well, I haven't done a nice long video in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
The long videos I usually just directly stream to YouTube, so they're not on my computer.
I need to get some more floating, like guppy grass or floating plants that aren't duckweed. I have this weird fear that when the guy eventually comes to pump out the septic tank, it's going to be filled with duckweed.
These are actually a fish I want to get again. The chocolate grammies.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
The water, my water's too hard for them. I'm waiting until I get RO and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think out of all the grammies, the chocolate are the coolest looking ones.
No. The pearl grammies, the snake skin pearl grammies are.
No, I haven't seen those.
They get about 4 inches long. They have like a snake motif on them, like a snake pattern. They're really easy to tell male from female because the anal fin gets really long filaments off of it, and the females are just plain. So it's really easy to tell male from female.
My LSF has a pearl scale goldfish that is really cool looking. It's a calico fantail with pearl scales.
See, I never liked pearl scale.
It just, oh man, when the sun shines on that fish, it is absolutely gorgeous. And right now it's only about 2 inches long, so it's probably pretty young. And not that I'm into goldfish, but it's a absolutely beautiful goldfish. And I know for a while I could keep it in the 30-gallon bow front. I always wanted a betta sorority tank, but
Share screen, Poeseewi.
oh,
That's a male because of the filament, all these filaments. Male, male, male. That would be like a female.
those are pretty cool looking.
But that's not the even. I don't even think that's a. Oh, this might be a pearl. But
Okay,
the males are
find a licorice Grammy.
licorice.
I just don't know if the duckweeds would survive in a septic.
There you go. That's a great picture of a male.
Wow. That's
And they really do get that red on their throats and on their stomach. It gets like fire engine red.
Oh, the ruby greens have just gone through. You know, all I know is that it had pearl scales, and it was the tricolor, and it wasn't the big fat round kind. It had a fantail, but it was a longer kind of goldfish. It wasn't the round kind. I don't know much about goldfish. I just know I don't want to get, if I got a goldfish, that's cool. I don't want to get one with a wren that may have to be trimmed. Very soft water fish. Well, probably wouldn't survive in my water, but we'll find out soon. I actually have to Wednesday go down to my LSF and get some mice, and I might ask him if he has a TDS meter I can borrow. Did you find the licorice ones?
No, give me a second. I'm looking something up real quick. I'm seeing if I can buy pearl Grammies right now. Oh, motherfucker, they're sold out.
It was about 2 inches long plus like its tail. And it had a fantail. And it was orange, black, and white with pearl scales. I actually know
they got stripes on them.
Huh?
They got stripes on them.
The licorice?
Yeah.
I don't know. Chewy said that was his favorite.
I'm pretty sure I spelled this right and I got it. So, and they are kind of cool, but I think they're like a dwarf.
It kind of depends, Ivy, on what kind of fruit you have. Whoa. That's a licorice Grammy?
I mean, I Licorice. I believe that's how you spell licorice.
That's a cool looking fish.
You can tell they're a dwarf Grammy, though. I'm guessing an inch or so long at max.
See, okay, I have the 20-gallon long.
They do come in a variety of colors, though, which is cool.
It's
that
okay.
one was cool.
We all get sick, June. I mean, if I borrow it, you know, I'll need one eventually. I need one, like, to keep. But curiosity is getting the better of me. I will have a 20-gallon long, and it has, hey, there, ¿qué pasa? Nice to see you. I have 3 coolie loaches and the red whip lizard catfish. And I would actually like to put some sort of small fish in there that's not like a scary fish. Because the coolie loaches spend a lot of time out. As long as they're not scared, they don't like the Brachardis at all. So they're back to hiding again. So I'm taking them out of the Brachardi tank and putting them in their own tank. But the 20-gallon will only have those 4 fish in it.
Oh, okay. So they're not. I thought they were a specific fish. I didn't. They were a group of fish, like saying a pygmy sunfish. You have many different types of pygmy sunfish.
Well, that was a beautiful fish.
Fishes. We saw many different types.
Yeah.
But they were all the same type. It was like I just said, they were all pygmy sunfishes, but they're all different species of the pygmy sunfish.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of putting my glow light tetras in because they're not an aggressive fish.
I am so going to start looking for pearl grammies now.
No more fish until I get the tanks done.
Yeah, honestly, I even the angels that I ordered, I canceled because I don't have the room right now. Because my original plan was I was going to empty out that 55 into the 210, but I'm not doing that no more. I'm going to go get a 460 to empty the 55 into.
So where are you going to put in the 210?
Oh, something that would get me arrested and thrown in jail.
Oh. Well, you could always grow it here.
No, I'm actually, dude, it's cost me over almost $8,000 to get this fish in.
Yikes.
It's actually, the last stop is going to be an airport in Mexico, and then they're driving it up here.
I don't know if I'm raped anymore.
All because some stupid paper pusher says I'm not supposed to have this. You know what? I'm gonna. You can't stop me.
Oh,
like I said, there is no fish that you cannot get unless it's gone.
Yeah. My LSF has some beautiful piebald ball pythons, but his cost to me is like $600 a fish. I mean, a snake, and I just can't afford that much, especially when I only paid, I paid $100 for my Mojave and my pastel Mojave, and the spider was given to me. And I was looking at some of I want to say anthrax, but it's not anthrax. It's a black and gray and white python, but they're still above my budget because I'm cheap. I take that money to go cop watching.
Let's just put it this. I'm trying to figure out how to say. I'm getting a redhead Asian.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, they're very rare.
Very nice.
I'm a sucker for a redhead. What can I say?
I actually thought about getting another clownfish. I loved my clownfish. He was 23 inches when he died, but I'm just going to put the cichlids and Oscars in giant tanks. Oh, and when I catch one of my Oscars, June, I'm going to send you a picture. He has a bump on his mouth. And I don't know whether it's from, because they're not really lip locking, they're kissing, because they never grab each other. Or I don't know whether he got cut or it's like a tumor type thing. But, it's not affecting him. It's just, one of those things that if you love your fish, you worry about. And, that's why they're going in the 150 as my headboard, because they're my favorite fish. It was like the ghost knife fish. It was silver and it had the black rings with silver on the inside. Um, we woke up one morning and all the fish in the tank were dead, and the ammonia was like excruciatingly high. Um, and we took the water to be tested from the county, and it actually turned out that we have neighbors up the hill, and the septic tank was leaking, and it went down the hill and then into the aquifer. But going down the hill, like the first place it hit was our house, and no one's lived in that house since, and that was about 15 years ago. And people just moved in, and he's the guy who owns the two houses is a slumlord of the area, and the well.
So he's my old landlord, is what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Well, he had his wife driving the truck to pull the pump out, and we're like 400 feet for our water, and the wire and stuff broke, and it fell all the way down into the well, and he had a well guy come out, and even the well guy couldn't get the pipe or the pump out of the well. So the new neighbors have been over once that I know of to ask for water, and it's like, we're going to have to explain to them that, yeah, it may be a cheap place, but the last person who lived there went 6 months without water. I would never put up with that, but...
Are you looking at the screen?
Yes, I see. Oh, nice. I see, and they're kind of sketchy. It's like when I had a woman come and drop off some rescue puppies they found in a box. She said, I told you that lady on Sugar Hill would take the puppies. And I said, Sugar Hill? She goes, oh, yeah, see those white houses? They used to sell the best cocaine, so we used to call it Sugar Hill.
Uh-huh.
And, I mean, I rented from the slumlord, but the only reason I did because it was like a third of a mile away from this house. And lobster. Very good. That's a beautiful lobster.
We'll call it that. A red-headed Asian lobster.
I kind of figured if I was close to my dad's house, I could weasel my way back into it. And I did weasel my way back into the house because I'm the best tenant he ever had. If things break, I fix it. I may not be the neatest person in the world, and the house is cluttered, but if something breaks, I fix it. And I have to, this is so exciting for me. I have to go get the deed this week so my mom can do her half of the paperwork for the house because my parents jointly own it. And then it will be my house.
Sure.
Forever and ever and ever. And I mean, it sort of is my house.
Well, until the nuclear bomb drops and we're all dead. You gotta, don't ever say ever, ever.
True. But I've been waiting for the apocalypse forever.
Oh, it's just, we're on borrowed time.
Oh, I think that global warming will get us first. Or climate change.
Nope. It'll be the same as it always been. We can live with it.
Yeah.
We've always lived with the climate change. We'll always live with the climate change. No, what'll happen is I'm going to get my fish here and I'll have it for like a week and then the world will end after I paid for it and everything.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well,
honestly, with this fish, I'm so broke. I literally ate Frosted Flakes for dinner. A bowl of
Wow.
Frosted, that's what I had. Yeah.
I like Frosted Flakes.
I
Well,
do too, but I didn't even have money for white milk.
I'll have to send you some money for milk.
I overextended myself on this one, but I saw it and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm getting it.
I like the snakeheads. I think they're cool looking fish.
We're not supposed to have snakeheads in Illinois. They're illegal.
That's true. When the dolphins leave and say thanks for all the fish, then we're in trouble.
Why wouldn't a crow is smarter than a dolphin?
Well, true. We have some beautiful ravens hanging out here now.
I am so happy we're actually getting blackbirds in my area again. Crows and ravens and red-winged blackbirds and shit like that.
We sometimes get bluebirds, but something happened to our woodpecker. We used to have a really cool woodpecker. Okay, it was really noisy, but we used to have a cool woodpecker that hung out on the, hey, welcome in, Bob, that lived on the telephone pole. And the crows will laugh at you. Yeah, crows and ravens are pretty cool. And they're very family-oriented birds. It's sort of cool. I mean, people think they're stupid, but they even have different sounds for different people. And if you're mean to them, they remember that you're mean to them.
They've actually discovered that the crows actually have a language.
Yeah.
We have not been able to decipher the language yet, but we know they have a language.
See, that's why I wonder if, like, because I know dolphins do, but they're a mammal. Fish have to talk to each other. Hey, Larry.
We already, remember, they did a study on that. I told you about that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Fish do talk.
Alex talked about it.
Buffalo.
Yeah, crows are really smart. I always wanted like a magpie. And it was funny because before I knew about magpies, I went to the wild, let's see, it was called Wild Birds and Seeds or something like that. And I asked them what to buy to feed magpies. And the lady looked at me really weird and she said, rotten dog food. And I was like, what? She goes, they're carrion eaters. You can feed them anything that's like dead and gross. You don't want magpies. And it's like, I like magpies and crows and ravens.
When did the bird flu come around? Like 15 years ago or so?
Oh, yeah. Eggs are going up because there's avian flu.
Yeah, so what?
I'm just waiting for Planet of the Apes. No.
As long as Chewie gets to be Dr. Zaius. ...2008, yeah. In Chicagoland, the blackbird population, and I'm lumping them together. You know, crows, blackbirds, red-winged blackbird, all that.
Yeah.
All the blackbirds were just decimated. For years, we didn't see a blackbird at all. And now we're starting to see them again.
Was so proud of myself because it was windy and these baby birds fell out of the nest and there was no way to get them back up there. So I raised these 3 baby birds and my mother came down and looked into the cage and said, why are you saving starlings? And I said, they're starlings? Well, I didn't know what kind of bird they were. They had no feathers. You know, they were just birds and they needed to be saved. So I saved them.
What's wrong with starlings?
Well, I guess in New York, they're a pest bird.
No, pigeons are a pest bird.
15 years ago, you were alive. Like the kid said, wow.
Yeah.
Dyed your hair since 79? You were alive when the Sex Pistols were alive. And I was like, oh, yeah, make me feel old. Yes, Bob.
I have seen both shuttle explosions. That's how old I am. How many of these kids can say that?
None.
I've seen the Bears win the Super Bowl. I saw Reagan shot.
And a few of us are even older than you. At least
Yeah.
3, 4 of us.
I had the joy of being pissed on a telephone and slamming it down so hard it would ring again.
I remember that.
Oh my God! I got to
And
get
when they had a dial.
The dial. My mom actually has one of them. I'm gonna actually take the next time I'm out there. I'm gonna ask her for one.
Those are cool.
She has like 15 or 20 of those phones because we had a phone in every room. Because my dad was hurt and stuff, so if he fell down, he'd need to like crawl over to a phone.
Still young.
So we had after his knee problem, so we had a phone. We had a phone in the bathrooms and everything. I'm gonna get one of those phones and.
Okay, my turn. Bob, you've made me finally want to go out and actually realize that they weren't as expensive as I always thought. I am now probably given the space. I am going to set up my 125 tank that leaks, and I'm going to set it vertically and put a tree or two in it and get some green snakes because, I mean, that's my name. And I should have green snakes. Oh, now the day JFK was shot, I was supposed to go down to Albuquerque for my birthday and be on the Captain Billy show that was going to air, the next day on my birthday. And I didn't get to go down to the Captain Billy show because JFK got shot. I was just devastated. Because the Captain Billy show for me was the next best thing to Captain Kangaroo.
Well, let's just put it this way. I was so old, I drank from a hose.
I haven't seen any magpies around where we live. But, I mean, we have...
I don't think magpies are in the U.S.
Yeah, they are.
Are they? Because I've never heard of a magpie in the U.S. I've heard of magpies over in, like, Europe and stuff.
Hey, GRB. Welcome. No, there's magpies in the U.S. Wow. Yeah, I guess it would be a rotary phone. Remember, let's see, the Mazda rotary engine. The Mazda goes, Okay, it was
no, actually, $50 for 6 rotary phones, that's a deal. Because they'll still work. You just plug them into your existing landline and they still work. And you'll never break them. Dude, I remember I picked up a phone and threw it across the room at my brother once. Went right through the wall. We ended up plugging it back in. It still works to this day. I remember when Lincoln was shot.
Yeah, right.
I remember when the whole country went crazy, started fighting each other. I remember when the dude was running down the street going, the redcoats are coming, the redcoats are coming.
In another lifetime?
I didn't say it was my lifetime. I just say I remember it. God, I'm not that old. Oh. Although I would have loved to have been alive back then. Oh my God. Like I said, screw all the electronics. I can deal without them. Give me a horse and, a revolver on my side and...
It's okay, Hippie John. We were actually talking about the fact that even though I was supposed to be, I'm not on the Fish Fam link, but I don't care. That's all right.
I was almost going to remove myself from the Fish Family site.
I saw Star Wars at its very first showing at the World Science Fiction Convention in Anaheim.
I didn't see the first one, but I saw the third one in theaters. I don't know if I saw the second one.
But that was in the science fiction days.
I was probably too young. I mean, I might have been there. I just don't remember it.
I just know Elvis died on my ex's birthday.
Let's just put it this way. I remember when going to the show was $1.
Saturday matinees, and they used to show.
Nope. All the time.
One episode of like Flash Gordon or something, and you actually had to go the next week if you wanted to see the next one.
We had a theater by our house. We got the movies like a year later. They didn't, we had the expensive theater and the middle theater and the cheapo theater. The one we could ride our bikes to the cheapo theater, which was $1. So we would wait the year and watch it at the cheapo theater.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I'll go for another half an hour. And then whoever can stream. I may or may not be there.
So you're staying on Mondays? Because you said you were going to switch.
No, I'm just staying on Mondays because you know what? It really doesn't matter who else is streaming. I've gotten over it.
Well, no, you were saying because you have stuff to do on Tuesday and it's hard for you to wake up and stuff.
My sleep schedule is so messed up now. I mean, I'm up all night and sleep during the day, so it really, it doesn't matter anymore.
I'll depending on when I feel like it, I'll do what I did last time. I'll email you.
Okay, well, I'm trying to do that.
Because I gotta arrange with this other person, when they're free.
Oh God, I remember climbing up on the back of my parents' '64 Ford Falcon when we were traveling, getting in the back window and like looking up and watching things go past. Seatbelts? What's a seatbelt?
Yeah.
Hey, we still have a couple of 50-pound TVs. Oh, and real TV dinners.
I got a 100-pound computer monitor.
Hey.
100 pounds?
Yeah, it's an old tube 20. It's like a 23-inch computer monitor.
I was thinking of getting the ones that eat crickets. I don't really want to raise mice along with raising rats, Bob. But I'm not sure yet. I always wanted a green vine snake, but
I learned to drive on my parents' 1994 Lincoln Town Car. No, it couldn't have been a 94. It had to have been the 87.
I learned to drive.
I only learned to drive on my...
Well, the first time I drove, I got into our 72 Ford station wagon, and I backed it into our 72 Chevy truck with a camper on it. Luckily, my parents blamed it on parking lot damage. But I learned to drive mostly in a 72 Oldsmobile, a Delta 88.
Ooh, nice.
I learned to drive in a 1991 Oldsmobile van.
I learned stick by watching my dad drive his 1981 Pinto.
Yeah, our Chevy truck was a stick.
And I never drove a stick until I was working at the body shop. And my boss goes, take this car down to the other place because it needs a wheel alignment. And I'm like, dude, I've never driven stick. He's like, do you know how? I'm like, yeah, pretty much. I watch my dad do it all the time. It's the same damn thing. I'm like, dude, it's like $100,000 Spider. I can't remember the make, but it was a Spider. Some sports car. Oh man, did I have that thing going 35 miles an hour my ass. I was doing like 55 by the time I got to the place.
Yeah, it used to be nice to be able to go out and do stuff. I am, for me, this is exciting. My mom called me and said, have you seen the Van Gogh immersion exhibit advertised? And I love Van Gogh, but it's like, I didn't know what she was talking about. Most prestigious, at least in my opinion, was the 1957 Rolls Royce. It was really cool. So my mom said, would you like to go see the Van Gogh exhibit? And it's like, oh God, yes, I really would. So on the 13th, we are going to go down to Albuquerque, my mom and I, and we're going to have lunch, and we get to go to the Van Gogh exhibit. I am so excited. It should be so cool. And now, since I looked it up, half of my YouTube advertisements are on the Van Gogh exhibit, and like I just get mesmerized, and I actually watch the whole advertisement. So, well, when I talked to Matt, like when I first started streaming, and I said, you know, I'm not on the Fish family, and he said, oh yes you are. I know I put you on there, and it's like, I don't care.
Well, maybe it's the same thing that's happening to YouTube, because didn't you make me an admin last week?
You're not anymore?
No. That's why I told you to post. I put it in the private chat, and you post it.
Oh, sure.
But I could have sworn I did the same thing like a week ago, and you changed it.
Okay, put you in the type something, and I'll fix this. Well, Christopher, the reason why everybody's mods is because
type something. Okay, here we go. How offensive can I be?
Oh, shut up. I allow
everybody's mods
because I don't know. No, I don't have any merchandise except for stickers. Because a lot of us have things that we would like to post.
What's the most offensive thing I can write? But maybe that.
Okay, I was in a Pantera once, a 72 or 3, I think. And we went 130 miles an hour down Pacific Coast Highway through Huntington Beach. And it was absolutely terrifyingly fun. Yeah, the only one that I know that's really not a mod is Ian, and because he said he didn't want to be a mod.
Honestly, I don't want to be a mod, but it's easier. You got to be a mod to post stuff, and I post so much stuff. I'm not doing any mod job though.
I mean, I'm a mod so many places I forget that I'm a mod places. So.
Well,
I honestly, I don't. Most what everyone says, I have nothing wrong with. I have no problem with, so I let it go. That's why I shouldn't be a mod, because I'm such a free person on speech. And that's why really no one would be able to mod my stuff. I mean, there is no point in having a mod on my channel.
Yeah,
everyone got all pissed off because I removed all the mods. It's like you don't do anything.
My whole life, I've been on the outside of things because I got straight A's, smoked weed, was in track, rode horses, and like you just don't do all of those things and fit into a clique. I want an Avanti what I would really like is a 1957 Dodge Coronet. That's like my favorite car in the whole world.
Wow, really? It didn't let me post it. It was so offensive, it wouldn't even let me post it.
Well, just post something so I can mod you.
Yeah.
I
There
mean,
you
we're
go.
I
not,
don't think I'm
That
a
should
mod,
get
but I
through.
don't care.
we're not really mods here. We're just kind of
Yeah, that one had let through. Wow, go figure. It didn't let what I wrote in. I couldn't believe. I could believe that.
Yeah, I could believe that
It
coming
had-
from you.
It had the word camel. It had the word cum. It had the word guzzling, and it had the word whore in it.
and they said no.
Yeah, I guess not. Or I'm sorry, not whore, slut.
Oh, yeah.
See, I'm waiting for GRB to
YouTube is
start
level controlled anyway, so.
his like musical streaming. I did see myself at one point on like the fact that I had a channel, but I don't think I've ever been on the
Good idea, babe.
I can do that.
Speaking of, did they add you yet? Let's see if they added you yet.
No, he's probably too busy.
Nope. Oh, I'm gonna wait a week if it's not. I am so gonna diss the shit out of this website because I'm on the website. So when I'm live, it'll show on the website. I don't know how I got on the website.
Yeah, Bob, if you're still here,
I
I'm
don't know.
just gonna have to do some research on the different green snakes. But it's just kind of, I don't know. That's my name, you know. I'm a green snake. Oh wow, that was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my mom still swears it's Kiev and not Kiev because her grandparents, my great grandparents, came from Kiev, and they said Kiev.
It is there. They changed it when they left Russia.
What do? You don't have to do anything, Christopher. It's just if you have like a link for something, you're able to post it. I have very few rules and regulations.
That sounds good though, man. I might have to go get some chicken Kiev tomorrow.
Because the only thing I really don't like is porn, and that's boring.
Oh man, I got some good porn sites I can post.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, we're pretty open here. We talk about everything from fish to snakes, lizards,
Rockford, I wouldn't got it. I don't know.
Oh wait, y'all thinking I'm talking about human porn? No, I'm talking about fish porn.
I saw 2 cows doing it in a field today, and all I could think of was, "Oh, look at that, soon-to-be prime rib."
I watched a video of a cow getting struck by lightning.
Drop the link for your YouTube channel for the people who don't know you well, and then people can. God, I'd really love to see the Van Gogh Museum. I only traveled.
I've seen a male duck just going down on a female duck. Like,
yeah, it's pretty.
Male
amazing.
ducks are just assholes.
Oh, I always like the rabbits. I mean, the first time I remember my son coming running in. My rabbit's dead. My rabbit's dead. He was jumping on top of Joshua's rabbit, and then he just killed over, and now he's laying there. And I think he's dead, Mom. And it was like, no, honey, your rabbit is dead.
Dude, my friend, the one I keep trying to get up here, when she was growing up at her parents' house, they had poodles. And it was me, her, and her mom. We were just shooting the shit in the front room. And all of a sudden, one of the poodle just starts yelping. Ends up that when poodles actually have sex, they can't get off of each other because their genitals swell so much that they get stuck.
Yeah.
So they literally get stuck together. And the male was trying to walk away, and it was yanking his junk.
Oh, so what kind of cattle? What kind of cows? What kind of cattle?
The kind that go
The
moo?
more you know.
No, there's all kinds of cattle.
I never thought that was possible, though. That blew my mind. I thought the dog was like a herd or something. I didn't know they got stuck together.
The more you know.
I've never seen that in my life before.
Actually, it's partially Ivy's fault that I'm very intrigued with the goldfish because I really liked looking at the goldfish. And then I started, other people in here that have goldfish, and they're actually, I know that they're very messy fish, but I mean, come on, so is it Plecostomus. And
So was like 90% of the cichlids out there.
Yeah. Well, I have the 4 canisters, and I'll get my friend Max to come up and get a couple of them working. And
I
this
don't think I've
Oh,
ever
veal is
eaten
so
veal.
good. Breaded
just-
veal cutlet with brown gravy and a side of French fry. Oh my god, that's my go-to. I love it.
I don't think I've ever eaten veal.
It's good.
it's good, but
It is
No, I
very
didn't
good.
know.
It's really
I didn't
soft.
even know it was baby. I didn't
Next
even
time
know
you
it
go
was
to a
calf meat
restaurant,
until bad.
go find
I think I
yourself like
learned it
a
from South Park.
44. Go to like a sit-down restaurant. Where all the old people go, and ask for a breaded veal cutlet.
Black Angus.
You'll love it. I guarantee you.
Mm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
We were raising lambs, and one of my friends came over and said to the kids, "So, what are the lambs' names?" "Oh, this one's Lamb Chop." "Oh, what a cute name. Did you name it after Lamb Chop?" And I was like, they didn't know who Sherry Lewis was. And I was like, and this is Pork Chop. "Pork Chop? Why did you name the lamb Pork Chop?" "Because we're going to eat it." And she was so upset. It was just like, no, my kids know that that's why we are raising them.
Yeah.
Silence
We
of the
raise
Lamb.
stuff to eat all the time.
Yeah. I just figure, when the apocalypse comes and all the computer guys are working on getting computers and electricity going, you're going to be coming to me because I know how to jerk meat and smoke fish and make preserves and bake bread and stuff, like on a fire. I don't need electricity. Yeah, she really was good in that movie. And so while you're getting the world running again,
I've actually had.
holy shit! Really? Elon Musk just bought a third of Twitter.
Oh, great.
Cool. I'm not on Twitter, so.
Yes, he's
Whatever.
the Tesla idiot.
Okay.
My mom just messaged me. What the hell? She messaged me at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning for, you dumb bitch. It's after 9 o'clock.
Salvador Dali is like one of my absolute favorite.
The rule in my family, because my dad wasn't pipe fitting, the rule is no phone calls after 9. She messaged me at 1 a.m. in the morning. What the hell?
Oh, yeah, that was always.
Actually spent money. Okay, I bought it used, but I got the big giant Salvador Dali art book because I really like Salvador Dali.
I'm going to go.
I've actually had lamb chop. Lamb chop is good.
You just violated the
Wanna get
9
me some
p.m.
more
rule.
lamb?
You knew that, right?
Overall, well, I don't know.
I think I'm subscribed to everybody except for Chris in here. I have to be. I am. Yeah, it's my dogs have gotten into a couple of really nasty fights, and I always forget about the hose. Yeah, their Arondas are pretty. They're all pretty. I mean, I never thought that I would like goldfish.
You know what works better than the hose? A cattle prod.
Well, I just don't have one of those laying around. I have a hose
Mm-hmm.
that turns on laying around. Although
Oh
I
yeah,
think
you shock a dog, it definitely stops what it's doing.
yeah, when I think that
And they do have shock collars, or
yeah, my neighbor's going to put a lock on our outside spigot so the other neighbors don't use it and leave the water running again.
What the hell? Ah, man, I would shoot the bitch. Rockford, you get shot for that shit, stealing water.
Well, they did come in
I'm
house
glad I don't
once.
live in Rockford now.
Next time they do that, tell them, don't make me get my buddy from Rockford to come down here.
Well, if they're smart, they won't live there too long because no water.
My mom just said I violated the human rights because I'm still up.
Sherry, you're definitely allowed to sleep. Booger snot? I have a booger dog. Well, he's Boogie Woogie Woo, but I call him Booger. And he's a hound dog with allergies, so he's not. That's probably why he was dumped, because he's not a good. He's not a good hunter
guys,
dog.
this is gonna turn into those ethical things, like where it's with like foie gras.
I don't know, but the next, all I know is the next dog I'm getting after Diesel, I'm gonna name it DOG.
DOG. I had a friend who had, I think, 4 or 5 dogs,
Diego?
and they were all in different languages.
No, DOG.
I know
it sounds Japanese. It sounds Japanese-ish, but it's DOG. DOG. But you just say it fast, and it sounds like a Japanese word.
Well, dog is my co-pilot. Yeah, I take a nap, and then I don't answer the phone, and my mom yells at me. It's like, why are you taking a nap? And it's like, because I stay up all night. Oh, Brahmin bulls are beautiful. I just have had goats. I haven't had any cows. And it was so funny. My friends went to the auction, and they came back with cows. This was a year they were going to raise their own cows. And one guy bought this really stupid looking brown cow. Now the other guy, he said, but check this out. I have this
brown cow.
Pretty black and white cow. Turned out that the black and white cow, of course, was a dairy cow, and it never did, bulk up like a beef cow. It was pretty funny. So the next year they took me to the auction to make sure they got meat cows. Oh, I know. Every time the juniper.
Oh yeah. All 3 of them are already up.
My dog starts sneezing. More time inside. He doesn't like going out when it's windy. He's actually pretty smart for being a hound dog. But he is now taught not only my 3 dogs, but my neighbor's dogs to howl. And last night at about 3 or 4 in the morning, there were coyotes out there, and they were all howling. And we're talking, I think the neighbor has about 20 dogs. So, yeah, it was quite a noise.
That's when you go out with your double barrel shotgun and fire a couple rounds off. Use bird shot though. Don't use buckshot. Use bird shot.
Last time I shot a gun, second or third. So the last time I shot a gun, I shot it through the ceiling. That was probably 20 years ago. And yes, I admit I was stupid. It says in my divorce papers that I am not allowed to have a gun.
What? You're divorced. That's illegal. They can't say that.
Well, that's okay. When the judge said I can never file in court again, pro se, I have to have a lawyer. And I
You can't do that either.
Wait, I owe my ex's lawyer $3,500. I started laughing. And she said, young lady, this is not a laughing matter. And I said, oh, yes, it is, because I'm on SSID. And no matter what you do or how you sue me, not even the government can attach on SSDI. So
first of all, the only way in the United States you can deny someone from owning a gun is if they're a felon.
And I'm not.
And second, there is no way in hell a judge can say you cannot represent yourself.
Yeah.
It's a violation of the Constitution.
Well, that was when I was younger and stupid.
Or if you're not mentally fit, then you can say they can say you can't own a gun.
No, they still can't say that. They can put you on the red list, which means you can't buy any more guns. But they cannot say you cannot have a gun. You can have someone else buy you the gun.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to buy it. The only way to deny someone a gun, the right, your Second Amendment right, is via a felony. As far as I know.
Zoomfish. Oh wow. Whatever it was, that's really cool looking.
And even that's kind of sketchy on the law, because the Second Amendment doesn't say you have the right except for these people.
I guess so. Because for it's
how kind of crack is what?
What is that shiny fish with the dots?
Interesting. I'll have to look that up and get back to you.
I think my mom's on crack. I'm Decker Carlson said muscle at part of Twitter to be able to be included in the censoring of a void goes out on man. It's like a 2-year-old writing this. Twitter oh man, I don't even know what the hell she's saying. My common response, KK. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm waiting. That shiny fish, Ivy, is really cool looking. But I like the glitter. You're talking here to at the very beginning of the stream, Christopher. Albuquerque has some really like bad cops, and okay, the night before last, there were, and I'm not kidding, about 50 cops standing around after a shooting, and about half a block away. And most of these cops are just like guarding the street. So there were cops within about 20 feet. 2 people started fighting. A few more jumped in. Only one cop broke from the ranks of watching the street and ran over towards the fight to stop it. And one of the guys pulled a gun and shot 2 other guys. And I mean, the cops were all right there. If 2 cops would have run over there, they could have grabbed the people and stopped the fight, and maybe the 2 guys wouldn't have gotten shot. But they were too busy guarding
their job.
Yeah, to guard the street and not stop a fight. So
it's not their job to serve and protect. That is not a cop's job. Everyone thinks it is because they always put it on the car to serve and protect. That is not their job at all.
No, unless you're with a camera, and then they have to protect you from yourself.
No, and then it's bullshit officer safety. There is no such thing as officer safety. You've got guns, you piece of crap.
Yeah. Well, no, there were a couple
things.
What
about citizen safety?
Shut up. Thank you. Okay, so they were in one of the alleys, and 2 cops come down. One was a guy, one was a Hispanic female, and you'll understand why I said that in a minute. So they walk down and tell them they have to move, and it's, where's the crime tape? Oh, we don't have any. Well, you need to get crime tape. So the guy went and got the crime tape, and My friend did get a little bit mouthy, and the woman cop said, I think you're just talking to me this way because I'm a woman minority. Okay, that was bad enough. Later, when they met again, she said, you're only filming and acting like this because you are a white male.
Oh my God! You know what? Now a bitch
Now
slapped this dumb bitch.
the detective who was a white male and overheard this was shaking his head and said he was going to look into Albuquerque's diversity training.
Yeah, no shit.
No, the government.
Honestly,
Government
well, the
won't.
problem is nowadays. Well, I'm going to use a cop term in this day and age. That's a go-to fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's because I'm a woman and my race. No, it's not. It's because you're an idiot that isn't,
Well, I said I'm gonna pull the I'm an
qualified for the job that
older
you're getting
disabled
hired
minority
for.
woman card, which is like really stupid. But
Poeseewi, did you watch the confirmation hearing about this dumb Supreme Court that they're doing?
oh, I've been catching bits and pieces. But
Oh my God, she is a.
So yesterday there was a chase of a guy who was going the wrong direction on the freeway. Now it's amazing that when they were filming, they literally dragged this guy out of the car by one arm. He flops onto the ground. They drag him about 20 or 30 feet to the front of the cop car. This guy did not move. He didn't move a muscle, and his feet were sticking out. He did not move a muscle, but the cops swear he was okay. Then another cop said, well, the two of them OD'd at the exact same time.
Oh, bullshit.
OD'd after getting Narcan. And it's like, heroin's such a bad problem. I got from the dentist 4 Vicodin, and they were like, I don't know, 350 milligram. They're like nothing.
Oh, they were the piddly Vicodins.
I was given Narcan with my prescription. It's like, you can't OD on 4 Vicodin.
Dude, who used to take I can take 4 Norcos at a time.
Oh, those I can only take 1, but
hell, I take extra strength Tylenol with my Vicodin to turn them into Norcos. Because they have 2 different Vicodins. They have a 350 and a 600.
Okay, so it had to be no. Well, here you can get 750s. It was probably.
I'm sorry. That's right. 750 is the high one.
It was like a 350, but I couldn't believe that they gave me Narcan.
That's crazy. Well, you saw that one in, what was it, Miami? Where the cop grabs her by the neck and throws her face first onto the ground, and the partner runs up and goes, "Dude, what the hell did you just do?" Man, if I was one of those guys in the parking lot, I would have bum rushed that piece of shit.
Yes, we are cop watchers, First Amendments. I've actually done a couple cop watches. Oh, and I missed a good one today, but that's what I get for taking people with me in my car. It was just too hot to let everybody sit in the car.
You know what you need? You need to get a Crown Vic. Get some scanners and stuff, put them in there, have antennas off, you got your spotlight, put your push bumper on, and really piss them off.
I used to have a 72 Lincoln Mercury Marquis, and when we got it, it was kind of banged up. And we actually needed some disc brakes for it, and our friend worked at a wrecking yard. So we came home one day, and there was and it was the brownish red color. There was this big green car in our yard, and he said, well, it was $50 for all the disc brakes or $75 for the entire car. So I thought if you ever needed some parts, I'd just get you the entire car.
Yep.
So we had a brown front, a white middle and top, white doors and a white top, and then the brown rear end, brownish red rear end. And that car, it was wonderful, but at night it looked like a cop car.
Dude, I've been lost. I was in my 99 police interceptor, and I've been lost, and a cop behind me, so I waved. He's like, "Oh, I thought you were one of ours." I'm like, "You're an idiot."
Yeah, the self-promotion, I actually got like banned from the rest of the stream for mentioning that my stream is next.
Wait, whose stream? You got banned from whose stream?
I was on another stream and somebody was asking about Kevin, and I said, no, I don't stream with Kevin anymore. I stream, but I do stream next. And bam, I was gone. And it was like,
what crackhead did that?
I'm a nice person and I won't mention names. But I'll tell you
fine.
later.
You can email it to me and I will.
Yeah. Oh, I don't care. I mean,
that's just a dick move.
If somebody's going to stream after me, I think I would like them to say something, because it gives the people that are in my stream somewhere to go where they can continue other, conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a difference. There's
a book. That's awesome.
There's a difference between saying, the stream is ending, I'm going to stream next, and then going into a stream and promoting your channel. That's two different things.
Yeah,
if it was the second one, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I've been there the whole time. I mean, if I would warn them or tell them I don't appreciate it, but in the Fish Fam, we are here to support each other. At least
we don't.
No, a lot of people don't. And
well, no. Let me say the fish keepers do.
Yeah. Okay, Bob. That's
the people that are going there to make money and shit off the fish. They don't.
Sometimes I mean, we've gone like 5-6 hours, and by that time, that's sort of why I have so many mods. And sometimes, until I'm ready to get off, we don't know who's going to stream next. So, because we go late, and sometimes I quit early. And, if I were in a different time slot, I would probably run things differently.
Honestly, the night streams are the best ones.
Well, because a lot of us are more open. And I mean, it's like no one...
We don't have a rod stuck up our ass.
Friends don't understand how you and I can be friends, because we're like in so many ways opposite. And it's like, I think that's part of what makes it good.
You got to have, to have a good show, you got to have conflicting views. I mean, any TV show, you got to...
But... No, Christopher, I don't mind you putting your link down, because in the Cop Watch world, and yes, the mods do it, but a lot of the mods don't have everybody's link, and when somebody new that, like, I don't know, or somebody else doesn't know, but is a good person, a good fish tuber or whatever. Okay, you have a couple people who are saying you're a good person. I trust them. So I personally would like to, to subscribe to you. And I am subscribed to several people who, when I subscribed, they didn't have any content, but eventually they did. And they're very good. There's one kid I did a shout out for who started just showing emergency vehicles going down the street. And he asked, he's young enough, he doesn't drive. He gets people to drive him around to some of the less active, just traffic stops and stuff. But he's a good kid and he's learning. Various different genres of YouTube types. They're all run differently. Fish fam is different than auditing and cop watching.
Yeah, but there's good and bad there. I mean, I've seen some really shitty ass auditors.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, they literally, oh, F you, fuck you, cop, fuck you, you're a pit. And I'm like, dude, they didn't say a shit. Why are you fucking egging them on?
Yeah,
that's going to get them to come over to you.
Yeah. You get more with honey than than vinegar.
If you're just sitting around, shutting up, not saying anything, not yelling at anybody, just taking video, and they come up to you, then they have a problem. But if you start yelling at them before they even see you, and then they walk up, you can't blame them for walking up to you.
And it's also if you're very nice and you don't yell and scream, you are able to, like, after things calm down at a scene, you can go up and ask the policeman, you know, what happened or what was this about.
Yeah. And a lot of them will tell you.
Yeah.
Shit, when we had the drive-by, the cop's like, yeah, that house is a crack house. That house is the... I'm like, holy shit, man, my whole neighborhood's fucked up.
Yeah, well, it's like, I want to know why they don't bust the heroin house that's like 2 houses away from my storage, which are the people who are always breaking into the storage unit.
Because it makes them more money by not busting them. If they bust them, they get the fees and the fines once. If they don't bust them and they keep, just minor busting them, they get all, they make more money by not busting them and letting them do what they do than to bust them. It's a money generation thing.
Yeah, Kevin hasn't been streaming at all, but he is going through, I mean...
I wonder if all his fish are dead yet.
Shoot. Kevin is going through an extremely upsetting for him time, because he is leaving mommy, and he does not want to leave mommy and daddy. He says he's not old enough, he's not ready.
How old is he?
19, 20.
I'll say 21. Once you're in 21, you get kick your ass out of the house.
Well, he's going into transitional living, so it's not like he's going to be totally on his own. But he has very warped views on finances. And granted, I'm not the best with finances, but I get my bills paid. And just the idea of spending $600 at Aquashella for someone who gets like $800 a month, it's like...
He's going to have a rude awakening when he starts having to do bills.
Yeah.
Because I can already tell.
There's other things that
because of his age, he was never old enough to go through the stuff that we went through in school. The how to balance your budget, how to live month to month. You have to get a job that pays X amount. Your rent should be this percentage of your pay. Stuff like that. 30%. He didn't go through that. 30%. See, I thought it was 40.
No, now it's 30.
But
because I know that because I don't qualify for anything. My student loans my payments should be or are twice what I get in a month. Luckily, they're on income-based payments, but yeah, I have to admit, I absolutely love getting envelopes from Fish Fam people because, like, I get stickers, and I'm a little kid at heart. I love stickers. Yeah, a lot of people are really picky about what you put in their streams, and unluckily, they don't have rules. Oh, I wish I had more money so I could give more stuff away. I mean, my first giveaway, Christopher, was so funny because I put in hashtag whatever it was, and I won. And I was like, wait a minute, I can't win. Duh, I didn't win. And I really enjoy giving things away. I'm very, very excited to see when Scott gets. I sent him some like 2.5 foot long pieces of cholla because I live in cholla land, so it's like everywhere, and I found a cholla graveyard. So it was just, I have these big pieces of cholla. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does with the cholla. And since he had big tanks, I could like send him long pieces. And just so anybody knows, if you want cholla and want to pay for shipping, I'll be more than happy to send you cholla. The only thing with it is you get to clean it out. I'll take the stickers off the outside, but you need to take it to like a car wash unless you have a pressure washer to clean out the inside, because that's hard for me to do with my hands. Because shrimp like cholla, and well, my fish all like the cholla. I have cholla in almost every single tank, even if it's only little pieces. It's really great to hook plants onto. I have a couple of dubus that I stuck into the hole that are growing out. Yeah, everybody's different. And it takes getting used to. And like any other group, there's cliques. I tend to lurk a lot just because I like lurking, and I'm always doing something else.
Yeah. And sometimes you lurk when you're not supposed to, like when you're fucking driving.
Yeah, it's good to listen to, though, except my hearing is getting so bad I can't hear the streams when I'm driving. I actually have an appointment to get my ears checked. I mean, I know my hearing is bad, but it started getting bad again when I went to my GP.
You know you can hook your phone up to your radio, right?
My radio doesn't work.
Oh.
And this week, I get to
All you
go
need is a tape deck.
a mechanic. I'm going to put the R4 or whatever it is, the fake Freon, in and recharge my air conditioning.
You
Getting
might not be able to do that. Double check first. Because if your system is set up for R22 and you put R4 in, you could totally screw it up.
Oh, no, it said there's a tag. I just forgot which it is. It's probably the 22. I don't know.
If you got the old stuff and you put the new stuff in, you could screw everything up. And they got to replace it all.
Yeah, it's the new stuff.
Okay.
Yes, Ivy is a very cool person. Actually, everybody in here is like really cool.
Hey, don't be putting me in that group.
Oh, well, you're just a jerk. But I love you anyway.
It took me a long time to get there. It's hard work.
It is hard work to be a jerk.
But someone needs to be it, so
you're just gonna have to make videos. I mean, if you look at my channel, I have poems and songs and driving around and rants, and I just have like a bunch of stuff. And I was at one point going to split my channel between like cop watching and fish and animals, but then I don't want to. You can go to my channel and watch whatever you want. I'm not demanding that, it's like, oh, I'm only a cop watcher. I only watch cop watching videos. Okay, fine. I don't care. What I like is that a lot of the fish people are getting reptiles and or starting to show their reptiles more. And I think it's kind of cool because there's actually a lot of cop watchers who have fish, a lot of fish tubers who cop watch. Wow, petrified choya? Okay, that sounds cool. That I've never seen before. That would be really
Choya,
cool.
I would think, would be a really hard wood to petrify because it's so
So
spongy.
soft. Yeah.
Huh.
Wow. Um, GRB, email me the name of them because I bought some cheap computer speakers to hook to my phone, so I could hear it, and I still can't. I mean, I thought my ears were just full of wax again, and the doctor said, your ears are actually really clean. And it's like, oh my God, that I'm losing my hearing, which will be really fun in
Hey, just think of it
a
this way:
few
you won't hear the
years.
dogs howl no more.
Yeah, but see, now when the dogs howl, I know that the new neighbors may be around, which,
Just get some motion sensing lights.
yeah,
Light goes on, boom.
that's actually a good idea. I mean, it's like my mom said, oh, did you know that the last tenants had aluminum foil over the windows? What a great way to keep the light out. And it's like, Mom, no, no, no.
Uh-oh. She hit the wrong button. Well, it's Roundhouse Aquatic Stream now. So what shall we talk about? Yeah, I can already say that house was growing weed. That's what it was.
Yes.
Or they were making a Faraday cage.
They weren't smart enough to make a Faraday cage. Not
Well,
to
I
mention
mean, you
the fact that,
if they were it could have been dumb enough because they made it out of tinfoil if they were making a Faraday cage. You never know. Could have been.
oh, well, when Chewy and Roundhouse get going, I'm like totally forgotten, but that's okay because it's always a very interesting subject. Like the one day that we were discussing the chemical and properties of Lake Malawi as compared to the lake in Calgary. And I still have that page marked where it has the chemical makeup and the
Oh
pH
yeah,
thing of Lake Malawi because there's so much more salt in Lake Malawi than anybody realizes. That
yeah.
was, I mean, that was just amazing. Yeah, we are missing people, but I mean, sometimes we go too late. I mean, we've been going 3 hours, and
No, almost 3.5 hours.
ah, and some people just get busy. I mean, I have those days. I didn't think that I'd go more than an hour and a half tonight, but oh, I
Once you
just
get on a roll, you get on a roll.
well, not only that, but like with being able to walk less and less, it's getting more frustrating
Hmm.
and it's situational depression. And I shouldn't get depressed because it's just like getting old and that kind of stuff happens. But
You just need to suck it up.
yeah, right. Sometimes you can't.
Hey,
Like,
if with losing a kid, I'm still around. I sucked it up. You can suck it up too.
well, yeah.
And
I'm
yeah,
resisting,
oh yeah.
Ivy. I'm resisting.
I can now be in a good mood because it's not the 4th anymore.
Well, I am definitely getting. I don't know. I always get. You guys always cheer me up, and I just really like it. You know, it's nice to be able to talk to people, and I don't know. You guys are cool people. Well, that's why I talk to you. Um,
I got a question for Christopher. Do you have a fish tank? Does he have a fish tank? Poeseewi, do you know? Does he have a fish tank?
who? Christopher?
Christopher, yeah.
No, I don't know.
No, you don't know?
Bunny, Viper could possibly know, or June. Yes, he does.
Well, there you go. Get your phone and just you take a 1-minute video, and then you can post it. And now you have a video.
I would like another ball python. I'm researching, and it's all Bob Kaler's fault. I'm researching the green snakes because I remember reading that one of them eats crickets, and I guess the other one eat mice because they don't get real big and fat around. Because the ball pythons can eat pretty big rats when they get adults. Mine are still young. But snakes are very cool. And I take out my snakes, well, not after they eat, but I take them out and I let them, run around my desk and make sure that they're all healthy and happy.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Poeseewi? Do rats have the same thing as a mouse where their butt doesn't contract, so they just poop all the time?
No, you can actually house train or litter box train rats.
Oh, okay.
They usually will go in one area. Once they get more towards adult, babies just go everywhere like babies. But once they get older, mine are old enough now that they're starting to go in one corner. So when I go to the LSF, I will get a corner litter box.
Corner peer?
Yeah.
A corner pooper peer?
Yeah. Oh, that is a good price for a piebald. That's like half of what they go for here.
Actually, Christopher, go on to my channel because a while back I did a video about really cheap equipment for streaming. If you're interested in that, microphone like $30, professional microphone, boom, and all that, cheap ass cameras, all that stuff.
I just love watching only Oscars. I have 3 Oscars, which, that honey morph is beautiful. Just a really nice color. Yeah, I wish that I could afford giant tanks. I finally sort of saved up and I got a used 150, and that's where my 3 Oscars are going.
You got to get you one of these pool ponds.
But then I have the dog problem.
Well, it wouldn't be able to go in your trailer. Way too heavy for your trailer. It would go right through the floor.
I'd have to put it in the basement and make a hole in the floor to go down to the basement.
Buy a shed.
Well, actually, I want to buy a box truck because it's the same level as the house is, and then have the neighbor make like a door in my bedroom to the outside.
You can't do that though. Well, maybe there you could. You cannot have anything wheel. It cannot be on wheels. You'd have to jack it up.
Well, that's easy. Oh,
you have to put like the truck on jack stands or something.
Many, that's a good answer. Okay, I tried to cut down on fish tanks, but I think I only cut down by 2.
I'm still adding. My basement's not full yet.
Well,
I'm only using like 25% of the basement right now.
The reason is like cutting down. Like if I get rid of the platies, then in the platy tank, I put a pair of bristlenose.
I should send you this pair of bristlenose I have.
And then the well, I have the cichlid fry grow tank, but then I have 2 tanks that I think I had guppies in them before, even they were 60 and a 65, and I'm making like species only tanks. But it keeps me busy and keeps me out of trouble. Yeah, once upon a time I was going to get my first ball python. Well, I've had ball pythons for a long time, just not for like the last 10 years. But I always had ball pythons before, and I was going to get one from Aqua Balls. But at that point, he was 78 tanks. Wow, that's a lot, Bob.
If you still have a bed, you have room for more tanks.
No, I need my bed.
I'm just saying. You know, all these people, a lot of people. Oh, I don't have any more room for tanks. Do you have a bed? Yeah, then you have room for tank.
If I got rid of the books and the DVDs and the records and the games and everything else, I would have more room, but I have like a library. So
just get it all digitized. Get rid of all that shit. The records keep, the videos and the movies and stuff you can all have on a hard drive.
Yeah, but then we have to transfer them, and we've been transferring stuff, but it still takes time. Wow, orange dreams are beautiful. I just wanted another ball python. So when the girl advertised the pastel Mojave, it was so pretty that I decided I would get it. And then she had a really nice Mojave, and she gave me a killer deal on the two of them. So I got the two, and then we were talking, and she said that she would give me the spider as long as I promised not to breed it, because she doesn't believe in breeding a snake with a genetic problem. And I know some don't have the wobble, but you can still pass it on genetically. And it shortens their lifespan, among other things, even though there are a lot of people breeding them. So, yeah, I'll take him, understanding he may not live as long, and he may develop a wobble later on. But he's a beautiful snake, and he's really friendly, and he eats very well, and I'm more than happy to give him a home. I mean, I'm just running out of bedroom, I mean, it took me, well, I've been living in this house on and off since like 2002 or something. I don't know. A long time. And I just realized last year that, wow, it's my house. If I want to put a fish tank in the living room, I can. What a concept.
So you'd be moving?
No, I'm not. I own this house now. Well, I almost own this house now. So I'm not moving anywhere because I can't afford rent anywhere.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, you said house, and I'm thinking of a house. Okay.
Technically, this is a house because it has a permanent foundation and it's bolted to the foundation.
Yeah, but when you said house, I thought of like an actual real house.
Yeah, ground built house.
Yeah. I was thinking and then it dawned on me, I'm like, wait a minute, so you're moving?
Yeah, no. When my parents bought this, we lucked out because it had extra insulation and stuff. So it stays warm or cool depending upon, I don't have any lizards. Just snakes. And I have 3. And then I'll probably have 5 once I get the green snakes, but that won't be for a few months because every now and then, oh, storming here. Send it back, send it back. But please, please, don't charge me as much shipping as Roundhouse did for sending the snow back.
Yeah.
If I ever get to the point where I can have emoticons for my channel, I'm going to have snow in a box to commemorate the time you sent me snow.
Yep.
Vampire Lear Tales?
You know how many strings I had to pull to even order that?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
It was nice to get snow. I just wish we would get more. It's kind of, I mean, I watch our storms go and then like hit Texas. And the further east they go, the more tornado-ish they get.
That's a good thing.
No, tornadoes aren't good.
Well, the fact that you're not getting them is.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of why I like living here. We don't get tornadoes or hurricanes or floods we have 4 seasons, but we don't have any of the bad like natural disasters.
All you get is floods in your concrete drainage thingies that y'all have.
Yeah, but see, that's like 2.5 hours away.
Yeah. Because I remember they were in like Albuquerque and Santa Fe a lot.
Yeah, mostly Albuquerque. What kind of business are you trying to start, Christopher? I'm nosy.
Oh man, I got a great business idea.
Okay, there is a type of ball python called a spider ball, and they have a genetic thing where their head wobbles. If you breed a spider to a spider, you can get a lethal wobble, and like the eggs don't hatch. What happened with my breeder is she ordered a GHI from a breeder, and it came and she had 2 clutches. One clutch was okay. The other clutch, only 2 of the eggs hatched, and they were both spiders balls, and one of them died, and this is the only one that survived. So she was kind of upset that what was supposed to be a GHI had the spider gene in it.
Making cons.
Oh, yeah.
You better go to Poeseewi's house. She's gonna want one.
That's cool. Yeah, I was really surprised. My boyfriend said we should have a koi pond. It's so dry out here. The water evaporates so fast. And, well, we get, actually with the drought, we have more water than we used to. I can use about 100 gallons of water at a time, and then I have to wait an hour. A laptop.
That's easy. That's easy to fix, Poeseewi. All you got to do is put a float valve and hook it up to your water source. So if the float valve goes too low, it'll fill it up and then it'll turn off.
No, we have one of those. It's just, I guess that's why it turns it off once we've used like 100 gallons, and we have to wait for it to fill up.
Mm.
Well, hey, Nadina Anna, it's been a long time. Now, this is my friend. Oh, she also lives in Australia, and she has some really cool nature videos. Wasn't it a kite? The bird. I still remember that screeching bird. It was a very nice bird. It's great to see you. But yeah, she has some really nice videos. Oh, and GRB has this wonderful swamp video. I would like to live near a swamp. Well, except for mosquitoes. Because, like, even out here, with as dry as we are, there are mosquitoes, like, by the river. Whistling kite, yes. See, that's how much that bird impressed me. I still remember it. That was a cool bird.
I'm going to pop down. Have a good one, y'all.
Well, I should, like, go pretty soon. But, yeah, the whistling kite. That was an amazing bird. I think if I could only go one place in the world, I would like to go to Australia just because they have the most unique animals. And, of course, the most, thank you, Bob, the most dangerous animals. Just about. Or most dangerous spiders and snakes. It's like, okay, why are you trying to get out of your cage? Because there's a whole wide world out there that we want to explore. It's sort of keeping, well, especially with the snakes, because after listening to that guy about snake enrichment, it really is intriguing that when you switch things around, how active they get, checking everything out. Yeah, it really is nice to have a win on products. I have a desktop and I just boosted it up so it was eye level. And it really does make a difference. And I actually figured that oh yeah, my spider, because I guess I kind of spoil him. I have it's an old sugar glider pouch that I put him in, and he usually gets out of it and wraps himself throughout my hair. And then it takes me a while to get him out of my hair. The rats are the only thing that I have to really watch out for because I have a dog who thinks he's a hunter, or she thinks she's a hunter. None of the dogs care about the snakes, or the rats, except for Smuppy. But yeah, feeding time is a good time to play with the snakes. And they just feel really nice. And I just want to make sure, because the more that you pay attention to them, they're not as bitey. Yeah, my mom has a 71-inch TV that she lays on her bed and watches. It's like, wow. I just watch my computer. Because I don't have a TV in my room. I don't have TV, so I watch animals and fish. It's like, why are the rats trying to escape? Because they're rats. And they're curious. Yeah, balls are really nice because they're like mellow. But it was interesting because after I watched the snake enrichment, mostly ball python enrichment, sort of, it was, tanks versus tubs. Yeah, I guess my monitor is a TV. I never thought of that, but yeah. I did some experiments with taking everything out, and then I waited a day and I gave them toilet paper tubes. Wow, they were just really intrigued with a toilet paper tube. They pushed it around, they went through it, they went over it. Then I put some fake plants in, and they went under the plants and over the plants and around the plants. They were just much, much more active when you change things around. No, I haven't. I'll have to look for the carpet python lady. This, I think, was green pythons or something. I don't know very many of the snake people yet. So I was just like, going around, because they're actually in large tubs, because I'm working on building their enclosure, a better enclosure for them. And I mean, they have hides in their water and some, plants and a rock to slither around. But I don't want anybody to be bored. And so, I just started looking around to see what was available, Okay, thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Because, figuring out how to make see, that's the other cool thing, is figuring out how to make cool enrichment toys for your animals works your brain, and your brain is a use it or lose it. Both of my parents, my dad's in Laguna Hills, and he actually is in I think it's the University of California at Irvine. He's in a over 90 study for sort of use it or lose it. But like every 3 months, he has one kind of test, and every 6 months, he has a different kind of test. And they've been running this test for like 20 years. And it's sort of, I guess, to find out about dementia and Alzheimer's and just what it takes to keep your brain working. And both my parents are very, hello, Blue Caras. They're very vibrant. My mother's an elephant. She never forgets anything. Although now she is a little bit. He might, I don't know, maybe he went to stream. Because I did say I was going to go away an hour ago. But you guys just make me so happy. No, it's just cool after 60 years to have friends. I never thought that friendship was important, but it actually is. So Christopher, you're out in California. Oh, and if you're like out by Modesto, then you're in like sort of a deserty area like I am. So what did you think of our fair country? Okay. I know it's a lot different. My parents loved it when they went to Australia. And my mother still has a scar from the koala. Everybody says they have long claws. Well, I'm glad you liked it. I've actually talked to people who didn't like it. Says we're weird. We eat weird food, but there's nothing weirder than, what is it? The Vegemite. I actually had Vegemite. Well, I mean, a koala climbs a tree. I mean, that's what they do. Of course, they're going to have claws to climb trees. But this koala wanted to climb my mother's arm and reached over and grabbed hold. And they actually got a really good picture of my mother with her mouth wide open after being grabbed by the koala. Yeah, I had Vegemite at a science fiction convention. And I actually have a toy platypus that they brought over all kinds of cool things. Well, I'm glad that you had a good time. It was probably nice to be home. Okay, so are you out by Modesto, Christopher? Yeah, it was like poor mom. But once it got up, like on where she was holding it, she said that it was one of the softest animals. And I mean, they're so cute. But there's a lot of cute animals out there. Okay. See, I used to actually live in Oakley. On the edge of the Bay Area. And I used to go down 99 all the time to get to Southern California. Every country has good and bad. The rat at the very bottom who's chewing on the wire is my favorite rat. He's my male rat. And he's a half hairless Dumbo rat. I grew up in San Jose. I lived in Hayward for a long time. But he has Dumbo ears, which are on the side of his head instead of the top. And his fur feels like a wire-haired terrier. It is the strangest rat fur I have ever felt. But he's a cool dude. I actually have never seen a Dumbo rat. And he's only half Dumbo. Oh, what's this? What do I have here? They're smart. They learn really, really fast. And they all know this is a birdseed millet. And they totally love it. The first time I gave it to him, excuse me, young lady. That is Smuppy's nose. She's a pit bull healer pointer mix. Where did she go? Smuppy? Anyway, she's a rescue dog. All my dogs are rescue dogs. Yes, that was going to be my next question. Is oh yeah, the Dumbo Rexes are really cool. Well, mice get expensive. Buying rats is outrageous. My kids are just south of Fort Worth and Dallas. You're lucky you didn't go in the summer. But so my breeder said, well, I can give you a couple of females and a male if you want to breed rats. So I said, all right. And I wasn't too sure about, a Dumbo hairless rat, but he has some fur. But his ears are awesome. He really does feel like a really short-haired, wire-haired terrier. So, he's not silky or soft or velvety. Oh, the wind has been awful. Like I said, my daughter's south of it, and she said the other day she thought that her almost 3-year-old was going to blow away. Yeah, that's one reason I don't live in Texas. I'm not good with heat or humidity, but if I ever got to the point where I couldn't live on my own, I'd go live with my daughter in Texas. Well, if you return, I'll drive out and visit you. I mean, okay, I live about 30 miles away where I was born and raised. And I have friends. I used to come out and it's like, hey, I drove all the way from California to New Mexico. You want to get together, and it's like, well, when are you coming up here? Oh, well, I'm not. Oh, I don't want to drive an hour to see you. And it's like, I just drove across 2.5 states to get here, and you won't drive an hour? I have friends that I grew up with in high school. They won't drive 30 minutes to see me because it's too far. And it's like, I figure if you came all the way out from Australia, I would make a good effort to drive to see you. Yeah, let's see, my late husband's sister, so my sister-in-law and her 2 daughters just moved from Hawaii to Missouri. And I'm actually trying to figure out how to go out there because I could never get out to Hawaii. But I can get out to Missouri. And they raise birds. Albuquerque. Yeah, I'm 2.5 hours north of Albuquerque. The problem with wire and snakes is, okay, I know that my ball pythons could escape this rat cage because the wire is very bendy. And once they started pushing through, it would bend enough. Yeah, people won't drive an hour to see me. It's like really insane. And I mean, and it always amazes me now that I'm older. I remember the first question I was ever asked when I was thrown into rehab was, what do you think was the craziest thing you ever did for drugs? And it's like, I thought, oh, I never did anything crazy. I used to drive from Northern California to Southern California to buy drugs. That's like, I don't know, 400 miles, 8-hour drive to get drugs. Is that not crazy? I drive an hour to see my mom, and it's like no problem. Oh, that's so sad, Bunny Viper. Yeah, I was a little bit nervous when I went to Aquashell about leaving my fish. But the worst thing that happened was a curtain fell down and I got lots of algae. But, you know, nobody died. So, my dad used to put screen on snake cages and they rubbed their noses raw. Actually, one of the best things you could put them in for a temporary is like, well, if it's a little one, you could use like a 21 quart or a 48 quart tub that has a locking top. Because that's what mine are in temporarily, and they have coconut substrate and their water bucket and a hide and some fake plant leaves. So I'd go out and spend the $7 on a tub. It's much safer for them. I mean, I originally made my tubs for my isopods and roaches, so they have air holes on the side, but oh, yeah, rats are just like, they're so personable. It's sort of like Oscars. I love my Oscars. Because you know that they're coming over to you, and it's not like all the guppies will come over, but you know that guppies just want food. The cichlids basically just want food. But the Oscars, they want interaction. They like following my finger around, and if I don't feed them, they still come up. Well, not that I don't feed them, but I'm going to have to do a video. I probably have some older videos of them. But my fish room is my bedroom, so it's kind of a mess right now because I'm moving tanks around. So give me a month and then I'll start posting fish videos again. I have, and I don't know the sexes, although I know I have males and females because they're kind of doing the tail wagging thing and lip lockings or lip kissing. I have the regular, you know, black and gray and red Oscar, and he has an X and an O, but he was born without a front fin. That's Captain Morgan. And then I have Gracie O'Malley and Anne Bonny, who are also pirates. And Gracie is a albino and, you know, orange. And I'm not sure technically what Annie is, although when she was sold to me, I was told she's a gold dust. She kind of has a goldish orange dusting on her. They're right next to my bed. So like every night, and I sleep on my side, so every night, you know, there's fingerprints all over their tank because every night I play with them. And I have a 150 gallon that I'm going to put them in. I just have to like get people to help me move tanks. And well, like Roundhouse said earlier, I shouldn't be as nice to the people. A lot of times when I sell things, people won't drive all the way up here. They would pay. Well, I used to charge $20 to deliver things. With the gas prices, I'd have to charge more. But he does have a point. If I'm giving you 13 fish tanks that hold water, maybe it shouldn't be all my responsibility to deliver them. 2.5 hours being disabled. Sometimes maybe I'm too nice. If you were closer, it would be great, Christopher. I may ask for advice on ponds later. My parents used to have a wonderful pond. They lived outside of Santa Fe. And one day my mom called in the morning and she said, you know what? You have to come and see my video. And because my mom's not computer savvy. And I went down, and at night, a bear that was probably a juvenile type sized bear had climbed over their 4-foot fence and was sitting right in the middle of their pond. They didn't have any fish left. They just had a couple of goldfish in there. But it was sitting in the middle of their pond playing in the waterfall. It was like one of the coolest things in the world. It was just, and she said, then the neighbor called and said, there's a big bear outside my house. What am I supposed to do? And my mom was like, leave the bear alone. Don't go outside. The bear will go away. And then you see later in the video, the mama bear coming and getting the baby bear. But it sure had fun in my mom's pond. Okay, guys, it's been 4 hours. So I've been talking too much and not drinking enough. I'm going to hit the hay. Not really, because I'm allergic to hay. God, the first time I slept in my barn, I thought I was going to die. It was actually pretty funny. Yeah, it's so nice to see you, Nadina. Well, I stream every Monday at this time. Well, usually not this late. Well, yeah, sometimes this late. But it was great to see you again. And if you have time, take out that awesome drone and make some more awesome pictures, awesome videos. She has a beautiful lake. It was great seeing you. Oh, it was great to meet you, Christopher, and I hope to see you again. Thank you for showing up, Bob, GRB, Derek, Ivy. I'll get those stickers out to you. If anybody wants stickers from Bunny, they're very awesome looking. At the beginning of the stream somewhere is her email. And she has beautiful handwriting. And you can look up my email on my channel. And I will send you stickers. I think a subadult would actually be better, like I said before, in a tub. Because I know that my subadults could get out. And I mean, even the rats can get out. So, like, this has twisty ties along all the sides. And, like, clips on the doors. So anyway, good night, everybody. Thank you for coming. And I will see you next week. Stay safe. Stay healthy.